Under sunny skies and 80-degree Florida weather, the world's collector car capital comes alive. Welcome to day 2 of Mecum Kissimmee 2026, the largest car auction on the planet. We've got history, we've got horsepower, and we've got heart, all crossing the block over the course of the next 6 hours today. And we're so glad to have you with us. Hello, everybody. I'm Danielle Trotta. Today's a very special day for our Mecum family. Today's entire auction is known as JK Day, dedicated to our dear friend, John Craman, whom we lost 1 year ago. Known as the Professor, his car knowledge was vast, encompassing new, old, foreign, domestic, classic, and exotic. John loved sharing his wisdom and passion for cars with all of us, and we're honoring him with one of his most beloved cars, which is crossing the block a little bit later today. Rutledge Wood is standing by with that special car now.
I sure am, Danielle. And you know, John loved being a part of Mecum. He shared that love with so many people. He also shared a huge love of Corvettes, and he spec'd out this 2020 C8 Corvette as what he thought was the perfect setup. And of course, it was in that Elkhart Lake blue for a guy who loved racing at Road America. This thing is gorgeous, and I know that he's smiling down today as he's going to watch somebody else take this beautiful thing home and continue sharing that legend. Chris, what have you found, my friend?
All right, the Professor is definitely looking down and smiling because I am standing next to a car that would definitely fit his bill. This is the 1971 Corvette featuring the LS6. Yes, check it out. There it is. Now, of course, the LS6 achieved legendary status in 1970 just in the Chevelles and a couple of Camaros, but it did make its way into the Corvette in 1971. Rare, yes, only 188 produced. This one done up in classic white over blue, backed up by a 3-speed automatic transmission, going across the block a little bit later today, and it is gonna get big dollars, Danielle.
Can't wait to see that, Chris, and of course, John Craman's Corvette as well. Let's send it over to the block now with two of JK's closest friends and longtime colleagues. We say hello to Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
Well, Danielle Trotta, thank you very much. And hi, everybody from the block. Welcome to Mecum Kissimmee on this Saturday. Scott with Bill here, and we all are wearing, if you didn't notice, our JK buttons that the auction has provided to not only us, but the crowd here. Many thousands of buttons were given out today as we all celebrate the legacy, our friendship with the Professor John Craman. And I think one word would sum up how he felt about cars, motorcycles, guitars, and even airplanes, believe it or not, and that was passion.
And I think everybody here in this building feels that passion when they return 1 year after John passed away, and we still get people coming up and offering their condolences. So they're still dealing with the loss of, as Danielle said, one of our best friends.
Absolutely true. But we will continue to honor John as we have done for the past year. And let's talk about what else is coming up in today's lineup, other than the 2 Corvettes that we've already seen. Almost all the way back to the beginning of the muscle car era here, Bill.
Yeah, we're going back to 1965. This was the second year for the Oldsmobile 442. The engine displacement went up to 400 cubic inches, 345 horsepower, and with a 4-speed transmission. That is a classic muscle car setup, believe me. You see the 4-speed shifter there, and that is the tachometer down on the console, rather inconveniently placed, but that's what we did back in the 1960s. Lucerne Mist Blue is the outside color, blue vinyl interior. You see that the restoration has not overlooked anything, right down to the red line tires and those welfare wheels. This rolls in just a little while today.
Oh, lots of fun that will be when that car comes up on the block for auction a bit later on. Here we go with our first car of the day. Happens to be a 1971 Challenger convertible.
Yes, in the era of those big 426 Hemis, this one kind of sneaked under the radar. Factory 383, 335 horsepower, automatic transmission. Of course, that torque flight. Convertible top is power operated. Other options include factory air, nice tinted glass, and those dual sport mirrors. And already we're into the 60s.
65,000. Reserve is on.
Of course, can't get away from that classic color there. Plum crazy, white rally stripes along the belt line.
Such a legendary look.
Plum crazy in violet, any way you want to reference it. That is a color that every Mopar fan really can sidle up to.
And one Mopar fan just paid $62,000, and whoever that fan was will get the privilege of driving that car home.
I like getting out of the batter's box with a sale, just like that.
Exactly right. Leadoff hitter.
Yep.
Did well today. All right, here is G500, the Mercedes-Benz from 2003.
Such an enigma, Scott. Such an enigma. These are expensive, pricey SUVs. The styling never really changes. They're just big boxes. And yet, you know, these are very valuable, high on the collector's list. And this one has had the Brabus updates. That is that aftermarket company that really zoots out the Mercedes-Benzes. And this one has had the full treatment, including the body kit, as you can see. How about that, huh? Carbon fiber everywhere. The hood, wheels, front and rear spoilers. Wow, lot of investment rolling across the red carpet right now.
Yes. You see that big B, the Brabus logo coming at you, and there it is on the right.
Yep.
If you see that on the street, you know what you're encountering.
Something special for sure.
Matter of fact, I saw one of these driving around here in the Kissimmee area the other day. I thought, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Did you notice those side exhausts had
I was just going to
LEDs?
point those out. I was just going to point those out. A little AAR CUDA on us for a second, right?
Yeah, with the red LEDs on the outer rim of those side exhausts.
Hey, the reserve is off. We've got a top seller for the day so far in the second position in the batting order, Bill.
Wow,
That kind of
rarely
tells you,
happens.
It kind of tells you what the day's going to be like. Alex McLaughlin. By the way, I didn't even know this yesterday, but yesterday was Alex's birthday. So happy birthday, Alex, a day late. 140 is the bid.
145 in the bid. Did you want to bid a bag of 145,000 in the bid? 145 last and final call. 145,000 in the bid.
Internet has it.
145.
That almost has a Transformer kind of look to it with a body kit.
You know, it kind of does,
You
right?
know, it's going to transform into some kind of a big droid or something.
Yes. Very, very true.
Yeah.
And $140,000 is going to be the hammer price on that Brabus Mercedes-Benz. All right, let's snap back to reality for a second here with a '67 Mustang.
Boy, I like what they've done to this. It started life as a C-Code, a 200 horsepower V8, but take a look at that. That's not a 200 horse V8 anymore.
No.
No. It's got that fast fuel injection system, Edelbrock Super Victor EFI intake manifold that'll handle that injection system. Headers, dual exhausts. Has an automatic transmission, as you can see. Other extras, how about air conditioning? Kenwood stereo, yes, classic instrument gauges. That dark moss green, looking good, alongside of those beautiful American racing wheels, those 5-spokers. Well done, well thought out and executed. And now, going to a new owner.
Yes. 3 for 3 off the bat here.
Look at us.
Love that. By the way, a bunch of no reserve cars coming up a little bit later on in the day today. Well over 50, closer to probably 75 no reserve cars all day long today. As you see the guy who just paid $45,000, he'll take that Mustang home.
That made his trip worthwhile.
No doubt about it. A bunch of no reserve cars, and as we've already seen, quite a few six-figure cars today as we kind of continue to get you ready for the insanity that will be heading our way next week. This is like the opening day 2 of the appetizer course, if you will.
Yes.
But still some very strong cars. Don't get me wrong.
And here's one right here, Scott, the 69 Mustang Fastback. Candy apple red. That's not an aftermarket candy apple red. That's an official OEM color from Ford. We see that on any number of Ford products. This is an Antique Automobile Club of America Senior and Grand National winner. Need I say more? 351 Cleveland. Mach 1 trim has been added. Not an original Mach 1. It's a 4-speed car as well. You see those optional full wheel covers and white wall tires.
Hey, it's a Marty Report car, too.
And a Marty Report.
That gives a lot of clarity and credence to exactly what this car is. And it sells for well, wait a minute. Did it sell? Yes, $52,000.
Well, 4 for 4.
Okay. Yeah, what's happening?
We're going into the Hall of Fame today.
Hey, it's JK Day.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Good point.
Okay, well, speaking of John and the Corvettes that he loved so dearly, here is a 1961 Corvette.
Oh, reworked here. Let's see if we can get down this list here. It's got a stroker in it, the 383 cube stroker, and there you see the induction system. That's electronic fuel injection and a lot of dress-up goods in that engine room as well. Tremec 5-speed. There you see the shifter with the leather boot. And beautiful paint. Wow, look at how that black paint just reaches out and grabs you by the windpipe, huh?
How many times did we hear JK just go crazy extolling the virtues of what he called his favorite engine, the 383 stroker?
And boy, has that become popular. In fact, so popular that a lot of guys, they don't even have to build them themselves anymore. There are kits that you can get that give you all the things you need to make one. It's a 350 with a 400 crank if you want to go the do-it-yourself route. But no, a lot of places now will give you what you need.
Well, the Corvette hits 90,000, but might need a little bit more than that in terms of a high bid or a selling price. So we'll let it go to the bid goes on. Back with more on this Saturday from Kissimmee in a moment.
Welcome back to Kissimmee and our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And I'm with a good one. And it's an example of an argument that can be made that 1970 is the absolute pinnacle of automotive perfection. This, of course, is a Chevelle SS, numbers matching 396 under the hood. That's backed up by a Muncie 4-speed manual transmission. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous restoration of this car right here. Interior is so clean. Really, the only upgrade is the USB stereo system that's inside, but it's nicely hidden and looks completely authentic top to bottom. This car was produced at the Kansas City factory in the first week of January 1970, so happy birthday to this car. And it is going to be going home with a new owner today, because it is being offered at no reserve. Going to be coming across the block very, very soon, Scott. This is a good one.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Chris, for giving us a heads up on that car. All eyes will be on it when it reaches the block. For now, all eyes are on a 2017 Bentley Continental GTC. Oh,
yeah, I know.
Hold me back.
Oh, really, huh? This is what you call your basic luxurious muscle car, really.
Right.
4-liter twin turbo V8 with 500 horsepower and 487 pound-feet of torque. But, you know, we talk about the power in these cars. Some of them have over 600 horsepower. This one at 500. But, you know, we can talk all about the drivetrain and the horsepower and everything with these cars. But it really is the luxury, the styling, the features, just the affluent curb presence that these cars have. Never are ignored. They are head turners anywhere in the world. And boy, oh boy, this one here, this one's stickered for well into 6 figures, and we'll see where the bidding goes.
Yeah, that's like a dream car. You take that and, you know, go through the in-and-out drive-through in that.
Golden Corral. Yeah.
Oh, man, what a car.
Yeah, what a car. What else can you say? Perfect color, that red leather interior. I like to go over there and just get a whiff of the aroma inside that Bentley.
100%. I'm surprised we can't smell it from here.
I know. Class all the way.
You could go if you want. I mean, it's only 20 feet
it's
away.
right nearby. I know. I may not come back though. Climb in. Look at this one to 6 figures on a used Bentley, huh?
Wow.
2017 Bentley. Still pulling this kind of money.
Well, you're watching. Yeah, no, you gotta try. You gotta try. Yeah.
If I get 117,
it's Murphy's Law, right? If you didn't try, it'd have went for 90, but
Is the reserve off?
Right,
I think it is.
I think they were celebrating the bid. And yes, there it is there. Yep.
Make sure. No problem, sir.
Yes. Okay. 120. The reserve is off.
$220,000, Jordy.
And there it is. It hammers right there at 120. Gus Kozar helping out with the phone bidder.
We're getting 6-figure cars here in our first half hour.
I told you, man. It's just going to be a good 6-figure car day today.
Oh man,
no question. Okay, 1948 Cadillac Series 62. You will be surprised at what you find under the hood here, Bill. Maybe.
Oh, I will be, because that's a 502 crate motor. Yo.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 700R automatic overdrive transmission behind it, and all of these other sweet upgrades and modifications. 8-way power bucket seats with that leather interior and that deep black outside. You see the interior there, touchscreen. Oh, look at that hand-stitched leather all throughout the interior. Sweet.
If this were, if there were ever a poster car for this is not your grandfather's Cadillac, this might be it, right?
How about the black with that contrasting light beige interior, though?
Love it.
Oh, so nice. Great wheel choice there, the 5 spokes on all 4 corners. AM, FM, CD, and DVD player inside. You saw that when we had a poke inside the inside of that car. Power 4-wheel disc brakes. I mean, just really great engineering. But it's not going to sell.
Right. 50 grand going to be the high bid. So they'll go to work on it after that as we take a look at a 2000 Plymouth Prowler.
Oh, the sensation that these caused when Chrysler started building those. This was kind of their wacky period. We had the Prowler and we had the PT Cruiser, of course. You know, by then the Viper had already established itself. Remember the little neon as well they were turning out. So this was a car that was replicating a street rod, which didn't have all of the, say, power that the normal street rod would have. 253 horsepower out of the 3.5-liter V6. That was one of the things that people thought maybe they could have improved on. 4-speed automatic, a manual not available in the Prowler. This is one of only 711 that were produced in silver back in 2000. And this market really doesn't move, Scott, in either direction. We see these selling anywhere from 30, 35, or, you know, depending on the mileage. This one has 724 miles on the odometer. But, yeah, this has kind of been a rock-steady market.
It sure has. And this one is going to stay at $35,000. All right, we're going to get back to the block here in a second, but first of all, we need to check in with Rutledge Wood, who is standing by with a very special guest who is with us today in Kissimmee. Rut?
Scott, we've been telling people all week long that it is a star-studded event here at Mecum Kissimmee. And you know, when we have to get special clearance from the FAA to bring a helicopter in, the one and only Consuela made her appearance today at Mecum for the first time with our friend Cletus McFarland piloting it. Cleet, it's your first time here at Mecum Kissimmee. We're so glad you could join us. Bringing Consuela too. I mean, what's it been like so far?
Man, I've seen a lot of cool stuff. I've never been over here, which is crazy. But, you know, it's not that far from my house. It's crazy. There's so many cars. I'm really glad I do not have a bidder badge because there's a lot of things I want to buy. There's a mint El Camino out there, like an 86. I saw a Bugatti. I mean, I'm not going to buy that, but that was really cool. There is an incredible amount of high-quality cars here. I held an auction with some junkers a week ago, and I thought it was cool. This is unbelievable.
And I know there's not as many Crown Vics as we're used to being around, have a little fun with.
There's one here, though.
There is one.
And a Marauder. There's a brand new Marauder over there.
This guy alone has changed the value of the market of the Marauders, but let's also talk about, I saw a glimpse that you got a Crown Vic on the high banks of Daytona yesterday, but also you're getting ready, you're going to run ARCA there again. This is incredible, man. What a big year for you.
It's a big year, yeah. I mean, quick fun fact, Crown Vic on Daytona by itself can do 127 miles an hour. It's the most it'll do. But if you get 4 of them together in a draft pack, you can go 148. So we've been at Daytona the last 2 days. Now we're here having a great week.
Does this mean there's a chance? Normally we see on your, obviously, YouTube, your pay-per-view, the Freedom Factory, what you've done there is incredible, but we see these Crown Vic races. Is there a chance that we're going to get to race these at Daytona?
I mean, I think there's a good chance. I think there's a great chance. I mean, it's a very high possibility, but I don't know. Anything's possible.
Well, we saw Frank Keller. He was here yesterday. Y'all make sure you follow Cletus. Yes, he said it's possible. We're going to work on it. Guys, I think we could get a Mecum team car. Maybe we'll change drivers.
Make that happen.
You know a guy?
You could drive.
This is amazing. We're going to be back with lots more from Kissimmee. Make sure you guys check out Cletus McFarland. This guy's amazing. We've got so much more coming up here from Kissimmee.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee today on this Saturday here on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, and look at all the folks over there in one of the big glass houses taking a look at just an insane collection of cars that's over there. Hard to put them all into words, guys. Here is an 86 C10 Silverado that's selling at no reserve, Bill, and we're 30 grand. Cool pickup truck.
Yeah, I know, and it's bringing the money because you're looking at a highly original sub 40,000 mile 1986 C10, 5-liter V8 with an automatic, AC, power steering and brakes, as much a car as it is a truck. With all of the comfort, convenience features this one's rolling on. Has the original factory certificate of origin and other documentation as well. And we're going to sell this truck here in a matter of moments. We're pulling at least a mid-$30,000 hammer price.
Internet versus the house here.
Black, on the outside, maroon, vinyl interior. It's got cruise, tilt column. Like I say, it's a truck that wants to be a car.
Love that.
Yep.
And you know what? Hey, those pickup trucks, man, they continue to be strong. 75 Pontiac Trans Am up on the block now.
Yeah, 1975 now, we're beginning to see a slippery slope for the Trans Am as cubic inches and horsepower, especially after 1973 and 1974, those Super Duty cars. Now kind of going a little retrograde, but still very collectible. This one has the 400 cubic inch V8 in it, a couple hundred horse. Odometer reads just over 17,000 miles with a 4-speed. Yes, sir. 455 also available for a couple more years. That was discontinued after 1976. So you had your choice, this one with the 400. And the condition of this car, exceptional. Selling at no reserve.
Yeah, in fact, about a dozen cars out of a collection here, the Williams, or the Fleming Williams collection. Have we mentioned that there are 45 collections here at Kissimmee?
If we haven't done it today, we did yesterday. So yeah, that's a good thing to remind everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some of those are road art collections, but my goodness, it's astounding. Go to the Mecum website, mecum.com. You can peruse all the collections and all the cars for that matter. And if you haven't done it, sign up for your My Mecum account. It is a terrific way to keep track of what's going on with this auction, auctions coming up, past auctions, et cetera, et cetera. It's absolutely free. Takes about, I don't know, 30 seconds to sign up unless you're you, and it takes you a couple days.
Yeah, give me a head start on that.
I'm totally kidding. It's really easy. Okay, 1993 Blazer is up next. And again, at no reserve.
Another Blazer. We're getting Blazers, we're getting C's and K's, the pickups, getting just about every product line out of the SUVs that Chevrolet was pumping out over the years. This one with a 350 small block and an automatic, four-wheel drive. You see the cloth interior, 57,000 plus miles on the odometer. And this one has many years of life left in it.
It sure does. Terrific condition as well, and 27,000. And you were not incorrect, Brother Bill, when you're talking about just about every configuration, because right behind the Blazer is a 93 Suburban.
Yeah.
Almost. These could be twinsies.
Yes.
Almost. The color combination is identical, I think.
It's the General Motors Chevrolet truck songbook that we're playing today. And here we go with this one. This one has a 454 in it. Yep. Now, that's about 230 horsepower. And that would have been almost the, you know, it might even be the identical engine that we saw in the 454 SS. That was a 230 horsepower, 454. A couple of years earlier, that debuted in 1990. And that horsepower went up in year 2 in 91 up to 255. But, yeah, this is basically the same engine architecture. Automatic, four-wheel drive, and again, a truck that's been cared for. Take a look at it. I mean, we're looking at a maroon paint that's not even faded.
And how interesting, we had two that matched, both with bench seats up front in both the Blazer and Suburban, which you just didn't see that much. That's wild.
Yeah, and they're cloth, too. It's not the vinyl, right?
All right, that one sells, as we mentioned, and here is a Silverado from '99, a few years later, the Z71 package.
5.3-liter V8, very original. It's a short wheelbase truck, by the way. This has the automatic and the four-wheel drive, and some power features, the seats and the windows. Odometer reading on this truck, just over 38,000 miles.
And Bill, I'm correct. I think that this was kind of the last sort of dying era of the real aggressive step-side beds for these kind of trucks, right?
Yeah, you know, so many things were changing in the pickup truck world over the next few years, and these are always in demand. These are so resilient, great styling. You had a few different choices on your power plants and options and things like that, but yes, as we went from the 1990s into the 2000s, things were changing.
30 grand is the bid here. And the phone bidder's going to let that one go to somebody here in the house for 30 grand. You know what, with the Blazer and the Burb and the Silverado and a couple of K10s coming up after this, how about we throw in a Ram W150?
How about that? It's about time. Boy, this Fleming Williams collection, Scott, they just have an endless string of beautifully presented pickup trucks.
They do.
This one right here, it's got the fuel-injected 5.2-liter V8, again, automatic transmission, and again, a truck that gives you pretty much all of the ambiance of an automobile. Power brakes, power steering, power locks, cruise control, tilt steering column, AM/FM cassette, riding on those factory alloy wheels. Yep. Got the red up top, red on the bottom with a creamy white filling in between.
39 grand. So it's a little, getting a little bit more love.
Yeah, why not?
And there you go. $39,000. That gentleman's pretty happy, I think.
I'll bet he'll take good care of that truck.
Yes, he will, for sure. Another guy who I know is happy right now is Chris Jacobs, because he is out in the 303 staging lane with some fantastic cars.
Tough not to be happy here in the staging lanes at Kissimmee, Scott. Now, Harley on his last year at Chevrolet really made his mark on the Corvette in 1958. It's a polarizing design. I happen to be a huge fan of them, of course. The instantly recognizable hood louvers, the suspenders on the deck lid, and underneath the hood is that fuel-injected 283. This is mated with a 4-speed manual transmission. Of course, 58, a lot of changes in the C1, first year of the the quad headlights, dual on each side. And then most noticeably in the rear here is this beautiful taillight design. That is an absolutely instantly iconic design, and it really improved the function of the taillight too. The open scoop that they had before really wasn't visible enough to the cars behind the Corvette, so they put this lens over the opening, and it really worked well. This is in silver blue, silver coves over a blue interior. Just an awesome, awesome restoration. As I said, there are so many Corvettes going across the auction block here in Kissimmee this weekend and all of next week, and this one really, really stands out. Stick around, don't go anywhere. So many more cool cars crossing the block today in Kissimmee.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee here at Osceola Heritage Park, Kissimmee, Florida. Man, a sun-splashed day again today. It's warm, and it's a little on the humid side, but it is hot here at the Silver Spurs Arena as we welcome you back to our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens and the man in the middle, the legendary rock and roll singer Lou Gramm of Foreigner fame. And Lou, you're a regular here. Good to have you back with us.
I've been here so many times I can't count it.
What have you noticed this time about Mecum Kissimmee and just how massive this lineup is?
It's so much more organized now, I think, than the auctions in the past. You know, it's very, very, very nice. Everything's compartmentalized, and it's always as fun as it used to be.
Yeah,
absolutely right. You've been looking at some cars. Give us a kind of a hint of maybe what you're after, what you think you might like to take home with you.
Well, I've got a nice 65 Olds 442 with about 36,000 original miles that I bought from an old lady back in 1995, and it's very nice. And I see there's one coming up.
Yeah,
another 65 old 442 coming up soon.
That was our car at the beginning of the show.
I think that's the one that you previewed.
That's correct. Yeah, Lucerne Mist Blue and 4-speed, and yeah, that's 400 cube V8. Great car.
Is it nice shape?
Oh, perfect.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we'll be looking for your bidder badge in the air when that thing comes across the block.
It made me hot-blooded when I saw that car.
Awesome.
That was poetic.
Thank you.
You know, we need to. We're going to continue talking with Lou, but the car that's coming up on the block is very important to all of us, and it's one that we also previewed at the beginning of the show. We all know it well. It is the 2020 Elkhart Lake Blue Metallic Corvette that was formerly owned by the Professor, our longtime colleague and good friend and family member. John, let's go to the podium now and listen to Dana Mecum.
I bought it from the estate, and I've decided to re-offer it. And I hope whoever buys the car keeps the JK legend and going. JK's one of our cornerstones at Mecum Auctions. It's a great car. It was, I mean, this is an American dream car. John's a kid that grew up in the early 60s that always dreamed of owning a new Corvette. He had other cars, but this was really special. He finally got his new Corvette. So this is a special car. Whoever gets this car, I'd love you to stay in contact with us at Mecum, because we don't really want to see this car leave our lives. We want it to continue in JK's honor. Bid freely. It's a great car.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel.
Wow, well said.
You know, the last time that we had Lou with us, John was sitting in this chair here, and he was so psyched to have Lou Graham sitting up in the booth with him.
No question. Awesome. No question. And I know you know John and remember John, an avid musician. I played with his band a couple times. I played bass, and we got along great. Bill's a drummer, so it was kind of, we could start our own
Power
band
trio, right?
Power trio, I love that idea.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, this is the car, and when it first sold at Mecum back last May in Indianapolis, I was privileged to drive it onto the auction block.
Oh boy, that's awesome.
And it was a very emotional time, I'll tell you. Christine, John's wife, was with me, and his granddaughter Ava was riding shotgun as well. And we're at 50,000. It's selling at no reserve here today. And I would echo what Dana said, guys, about whoever owns it next would honor John's legacy and continue this tradition and take really good care of this car.
Well, when John ordered that car, he really handpicked all of the features and the options on it. He wanted to get that car exactly the way he would want to drive it, and he got the 3LT, that top option, and of course the color, the Elkhart blue,
color's
metallic.
outstanding.
Isn't it great?
Yes, it is.
So yeah, that's another reason why he fell in love with this Corvette.
$62,000. Actually, it was the 1LT trim package.
Was it the one?
It was the one. And I asked
John,
John,
he didn't want the 3LT.
Right.
That's
and
right.
I asked him, I said, John, why not go all the way? And he said, yeah, I don't really need it.
I remember that now. Yeah.
There you see Lou, his plate, JK20.
Very cool.
Yes.
And he drove the car, too.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He was in that car a lot.
Yes, he did.
Is that a light gray interior or white?
It's great.
Ladies
Let's
and
go back to the
gentlemen,
podium again.
Whoever buys this car is going to be awarded a Mecum 2-digit bidders number, which there's 3 or 4 of them that have been retired that we're going to re-enter. 1-digit Mecum bidders numbers. Number 1 sold for $350,000. Number 2 sold for $250,000. Those were for charity. But whoever buys this car will get the lowest 2-digit number we have. I'll have to look in the computer and find out what it is. But getting a 2-digit Mecum number is unheard of.
I've got 64.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
that he would throw that out there.
A coveted low number bidder number.
Very true. Most bidder numbers are in the 5 digits, I think now. So if you can get a low bidder number, that is very desirable. And the bids continue to come in here. Lou and Bill at 66,000.
You're a car guy, Lou. Ever have a Corvette?
Just give 70.
I had a
Give 70,000.
back in the early 90s. I had a 1950. I think it's 58 Corvette.
Okay.
With the hood that had
Louvered hood, yeah, the faux louvers.
and the 2
Trunk irons in the back, yeah.
Yes, I owned that for about 4 or 5 years.
Did you? Wow. What engine? Fuel injector
It
car?
had the 283, 2 4-barrels.
Oh, the dual quad car.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then a little later, I bought a 1962 Corvette.
70 bid.
Completely rebuilt it.
So you had a couple.
Yep.
Who said it?
Oh, look at that.
2, 5, 75.
The couple in the upper left-hand corner, that's Gary and Jackie
73,
Runyon, our
Ford.
good friends from Indianapolis.
74, Lucas.
And
73, 74,000. Now 75.
that would be so cool.
Now 6. Or 80. Just give 80, Lucas. Out of the bank of the bank on 80. Out of the bank of the bank on 80.
Gary's a long-time Mecum customer.
Oh, part of the family.
Part of the family.
85. 85 or 100. You want to give 100? You going to give 100? 100,000. Give 100,000. Give 100,000. Jordan, knock him out.
Jordan Hunter helping him out.
100,000.
And somebody up in the grandstands in on that car
85.
too.
Now 100. Now 100.
Getting up there.
Give 1. Out of the back of the bank.
Yeah,
Now
JK,
1.
I think he
Back of
paid
the
somewhere in the
bank. Give
60s
90
for
real
this
quick.
car.
85.
I want to say 65-ish.
Yeah, he was very happy with
Yes.
what he wound up paying for the car.
He didn't buy it new then.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah. He bought it new, ordered it exactly how he wanted it. And I'll tell you, Lou, John knew more about the Corvette option codes than any dealer in America. And he was so proud of that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I told the story once. He texted me and he said, hey, I've got the new manual with all the stuff in it. It's 36 pages. I'll print it and bring you a copy.
And wasn't there a delay there? They kept pushing it back.
For a little bit, yes.
Waiting for the delivery.
For a little bit.
I thought of bringing them.
It's Dana with Gary Runyon.
Boy, that is the color with those red calipers and those wheels.
Oh,
that's
the way he wanted it, man.
That is music. Lou, that was no pun intended.
I'm right with you.
Okay.
86 is the bid. I remember the day John and I walked out of headquarters up in Walworth, Wisconsin, and John tossed me the keys and he said, we're going for a ride. And we got out on the little highway there and he said, okay, floor it. And I did.
Oh, he loved that.
Oh, man.
Manual.
Hey, she said 87.
Well, just the paddle shift.
Paddle shifted automatic, right?
Yes.
He was just as happy as I was when my foot hit the gas.
Yeah, I can understand why. He was a G-Force junkie all the way.
Hey, you want to give 89?
And don't forget,
You can make him give
a
90.
2-digit bidder badge is up for grabs with this car as well.
89,000.
Boy,
89,000.
that's good.
Give him some encouragement up there, folks. 89. 89,000. You're gonna give 9. Out of the back of the man. 89. Here it goes, Lucas. Right quick. I have. All right. You're gonna give 89. Last call. Last call. I have. Sold $87,000.
Oh, man.
Congratulations, bidder number 83.
That's pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
Gary and Jackie Runyon, that is so nice to see them get John's car.
That's what you call poetic justice.
Yes, it is. Wow, that is such a cool moment.
It sure is.
And you know, the bidder's badge, obviously, an incentive for the bidding, but the fact that John Craman owned it, just as much.
No doubt about it. Well, let's continue our conversation here with Lou Graham, a foreigner for many, many years. Congratulations, by the way, on your induction to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Long time coming.
Better late than never, yes.
I thought it was going to be never for a while.
Yeah, you don't want to get that posthumously.
But you're right.
No.
But you've got a new album coming out, too, in a couple months, yes?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about it.
Yep. It's a solo album. It's called. I'm trying to think. The album's called. Sorry, I can't think of the name.
Have you gone back and forth on the title a couple times, perhaps?
It has gone back and forth, and I don't want to say the wrong title, so I better not say anything.
Okay. We'll look for that coming up in a couple of months then.
Yes, it comes out in March, and I've got a great band with me, including my brother Ben on drums.
Excellent.
Yep, some great players on all the instruments, and I'm very proud of the production and the songs. We took a lot of time writing the songs. Now these songs are some called Released.
Released.
Yep, it's called Released. Yes.
Okay.
Good.
And a lot of these songs were songs from my solo albums. That you know, there's usually 10 songs on an album, but we usually write 15.
Oh, sure.
And most of the, you know, you write 15 and 13 of the 15 aren't finished.
Mm-hmm.
So we pick the best 10 and we go with that. But now looking back on some of the extra cuts,
good stuff.
It's pretty darn good.
All right.
So
well,
that's what these albums are.
Very good. Look for Released from Lou Graham coming up here in a few months. Lou, great to see you again. Thanks for being with us today.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All
likewise.
the time. You're welcome. Anytime you're in town.
We'll play on your next album, too. Bill and I will, if you want us to.
Oh, yeah. I like that a lot.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee here on the gigantic campus of Osceola Heritage Park. You see the Real Garage Life stage on your right, the barn over on your left. Some fantastic cars in the barn. Not exactly barn finds, Bill, but still that building is full of them. Oh, my goodness. Here in the Silver Spurs Arena, we have a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport that is up on the block.
Oh, this is a killer car here. This is a 454 Chevelle SS, a real SS, but this one has had a little bit of extra gingerbread added. Has a big Holly dual feed, double pumper on there for carburation, Excel, HEI ignition, and headers. The engine bay you may have seen was beautifully detailed. Turbo 400 automatic, by the way. Power steering and power front disc brakes, AC. Color is misty turquoise. I mean, just a real super Chevelle. Cowl induction hood. You see the hood pins there. 12-bolt rear end as well.
Hey, we got to make sure we keep an eye on Lou Graham when that 442 comes
through. Yeah, he may take a run at it.
That'd be cool.
Yep.
Seven? No. 67. That's yours.
66 is the bid.
They're about to end it. It's worth it.
That 454. Probably pushing over 400, maybe 425 horsepower. A couple of upgrades on it.
67, one time. Don't lose it for 5.
Still trying to work it out.
You guys in at 66? We were in at 65. That's $1,000 more. 65. Give me 65. We did bid on 65. Give me 65. 65? They went back. 66. Go 66. Go 66. 66 will go to reserve. 66. No, 65. 65. That's the stop. That is the highest we're willing to.
65, that's exactly right. 65, 67, the reserve is off. That's 65,
they clarified their bid of 65, and you heard her say that's the highest we're going to go. The reserve came off, and let's see if that's going to work.
I think they're going to get it.
It did. How about that?
Yep.
Very cool.
They played that right.
They sure did, man. And isn't that the case a lot of times? It's how you play it.
Yeah, and if you know how, that's what happens. You wind up with the car you want.
All right, so 65 buys that Chevelle. We move forward to a 1960 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I.
Yeah, the early days of that 3000. This is the Mark I. It's got the 2.9 liter inline six, 100 horsepower, give or take. But look at the detailing and the finish work on that engine. Very nice. 4-speed manual with overdrive. Red outside, gray inside. You see the red carpeting as well. Nice little contrast there. Painted wire wheels at all four corners. Great little two-seat English sports cars, responsive, not neck-snapping in terms of acceleration, but enough power certainly to give you a good time. You're sitting low to the ground, so all of the sensations of speed are magnified in a car like that with all of those little small-bore British two-seat sports cars.
37, 38, last call, 38,000.
34 miles since that restoration was finished.
$37,000 and a bid goes on.
Take a look here, K104, 74 Camaro Z28.
Well, the high bid at 37. And so it will be headed to the bid goes on while we take a look at a 1974 Camaro Z28 Type LT.
Yeah, the LT, kind of like the luxury version of the Z28. A little bit more in the way of comfort and convenience options. This one, matching numbers, L82, that's that 350 cube, 245 horsepower V8. This one also coming through with a matching numbers, automatic, turbo 400.
If this were a McLaren, that LT would mean what?
A long tail.
Long tail, right. We learned that yesterday.
Exactly.
But it's not.
No.
I often say that I'm a big fan of the Gen 2 Camaro design, and what I like about it is they really didn't change it that much from its introduction in 1970, but then in 1973, here comes the National Highway Traffic Association, and they got to put those big bumpers on there that definitely take away from the design. But overall, huge fan of the Gen 2 Camaro, and I love the Z28 graphics on this too.
Yeah, they're pretty bold,
70s,
huh?
Yeah.
Yes. Those were cool.
Yeah, some of the manufacturers dealt with those bumpers a little better than others when they could disguise them or not make them so obvious. Very true. That was a plus.
Yeah, I would say that Porsche probably did it the best of all the manufacturers in 74, the way they integrated the bumpers into the design.
And the Jaguar E-Type may have been the worst.
The Countach also.
Oh, that was nasty.
That was brutal. Let's check out now 1959 Ford F100.
Yeah, all the way back to 1959 with his F100 before it became the F150. Professional, total restoration, small block, 302.
Look at that.
Very clean. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you know, notice now they didn't go too crazy on the bright work. Just enough to give it some personality. Edelbrock 4-barrel and Edelbrock intake. 4R70W automatic transmission, low car shifter. You see it right there. It looks like a hand-fabricated center console. The I did it tilt steering column. We see in a lot of street rod builds and street machines, things like that. Got Bose premium sound. And underneath, yeah, they didn't scrimp underneath there. Coilover independent front suspension with KYB shocks and a Ford 9-inch rear end.
Okay, 30 grand. And that's the high bid for that pickup truck. Okay, good Corvette coming up here next, guys. Chris told us about it at the beginning of the show. It is a 71 Corvette with the super rare LS6 power plant. And as you pointed out correctly, LS6 available in the Chevelle, the big year in 1970, 1 year only, but it was available in the Corvette in 71.
Yeah, rarity indeed, only 181 produced. And I would have loved to hear the boardroom meeting saying, hey, can we get that LS6 in the Corvette? No. Chevelle only in a few El Caminos. But, Bill, when it finally did make it to the Corvette, obviously, big power.
Immediate collector's item. This was the last of the big cube, high compression, super performance V8 engine in a Corvette. The next time that we saw Corvettes with any kind of performance comparing with this, they had shifted away from those big block Mark IV engines and a whole new generation of speed for the Corvette. White outside, dark blue vinyl interior.
And just to add to the rarity, this is actually a Canadian car, so produced and shipped to Canada, so that brings that production number and rarity down even further. Beautifully done in that classic white with the blue interior. I think the only thing that could raise the value of this car is if it had the 4-speed.
Right. But 336 gears, this is a top-end car. It's a 150-mile-an-hour Corvette. No problem at all.
6 figures, too, no problem. We anticipated that.
Often talk about how they had to fudge the numbers and make it a little bit lower than the actual output numbers, and this generation of Corvette has that plate behind the shifter that tells you exactly the horsepower and the torque. I wonder if the guys designing that had a problem with that too. We're not really telling the truth here, but we have to do it.
Don't get me started on horsepower ratings back then, because you want to talk about a shell game. Yes. Nobody was telling the truth. And I get a kick out of some of these engines that have the same exact engine with different advertised horsepower.
Yep.
You know, come on, guys.
Okay, there it is. Another six-figure car today. Number 3 overall for us. 102.5 for the Corvette LS6. All kinds of sights and sounds and even the smells here at Mecum Kissimmee 2026. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, Rutledge Wood out and about. Oh my goodness, look what we have here, Brother Bill, one of the legends of all time.
The unforgettable, irreplaceable, and irredoubtable 1959 Cadillac. The styling of Harley Earl as he was headed out the door at GM, something that has endured throughout the ages. This is the Fleetwood. Of course, the top trim level is the Eldorado, so you come down a little bit and you find the Fleetwood. This has that 390 cubic inch V8. This is the first year for the 390 in the Caddy. And all the power extras, and it is going to go to the big goes on desk.
Yeah, $50,000. That car's so big, our camera operator over there, John Atkinson, has to use the extra wide angle
lens, yes,
to get that car in the shot.
Yeah, that is
wowzers.
That is the epitome of American luxury.
Will not fit in your typical standard American garage these days.
Wouldn't fit in the Superdome.
All right, here's another Chevelle Super Sport for us. 1970, this is the one that Chris found back in the staging lane, the 303 staging lane a while back.
Yep.
Good pick.
Yep, matching number L34, the 396. Now, in 1970, the SS396 no longer had 3 choices. You were down to 2. You get the L78, 375 horse, or the L34, 350 horse, like this one, with a Muncie M21, close ratio 4-speed, and the correct 12-bolt positive traction rear end with 331 gears. Cranberry red, yummy, with white stripes, factory air, and boy, underneath the lights here on the Mecum block, that is just resilient.
Yeah, what caught my eye about this car was the absolute time capsule quality. I mean, phenomenal restoration, just completely period correct.
Well done all the way around. And a heavy hitter, man. You know, it's hard to go wrong with that. Craven used to call it resale red, but hey, it works. Cranberry red, white rally stripes, very, very cool. Completely different flavor here on a 1970 Chevelle.
Yeah, if we took the Chevelle we just saw and took it to RuPaul's customization shop, this might be what we'd wind up with. That's just off the top of my head.
Oh, man.
All kinds of things done to this car. You see the paint. That's one of a kind here with what they've done with the color and some of the lighting effects on it as well.
Oh,
bring it to life.
That mood lighting in the engine room was spectacular.
Yes. It's an LS3, by the way, with an LSA supercharger, ported heads, and custom fuel system, 4L80 automatic transmission, 9-inch rear end, 370 gears.
If there ever was a wheel that fit a pro touring style car more perfectly, I don't know which one it is. Those build specialties just look absolutely brilliant on this build.
You are not wrong.
Design and style.
And guys, I think the sound alone, if we had turned all the lights off, could have sold this car. It sounded so good in the staging lanes, right up here on the block. What a monster.
Congratulations, Callie. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking about that too, not the sound, but the look. If the lights were off, the lighting package would just pop, and oh my goodness, it would go through the roof. as it stands, what, 120,000? Was that what it was? Okay, 120 for that Chevelle. Here's a 79 F-250 that has been tricked out a little bit.
Ooh, yeah, this is all buff all the way. Rebuilt 460 big block, 4-speed manual. You see the lift on it. That is serious as you get a quick look at that engine as well. Beautifully detailed under there. Long tube headers, jet hot ceramic coating on them. That always keeps them from getting stained from the excess heat. Factory AM/FM radio with a CB radio. How about that? Breaker, good buddy.
Those KC Daylighters really put it over the top for me.
Yeehaw.
Love those. This makes me think of that movie Footloose. So one of the characters had a long bed.
Yep.
It was real early on in there. But bid goes on for that one, Bill.
How about Concrete Cowboys? You remember that?
Oh!
That's the kind of rig those guys
That's
were
awesome.
tooling
They
around.
for sure had a CB handle that was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a 67 Camaro RSSS, the first year, as we all know, for the Camaro, easily identifiable.
Yeah, it's the SS with the RS package. You know what that's all about with the hidden headlights and all that. Matching numbers, 295 horse 350 with an automatic. And a 1967, that would have been the 2-speed Power Glide. We would see the turbos come in shortly thereafter. Factory AC, power operated top, power steering. Factory tachometer. Other little extras, power windows, remote mirror, and the tilt steering column. Loaded little Camaro, rally wheels, redline tires.
We just had a Yanko recreation come through and kind of links up to this car in a way, because this is the car that made Don Yanko shift away from the Corvairs to the Camaros in the generation of his Yanko supercars, which we'll see a lot of next weekend. Stand by for that, because the Yanko collection that's coming,
the Ernst collection is
off the charts.
Yeah, it is. It's out of this universe.
Sir, you want 54?
Yeah, Don Yanko started building those Camaros. You're right, Chris, in 1967. First couple of years were the lowest in terms of production numbers, 69. He built over 200 of them, and that's what that Ernst collection is comprised of.
$55,000 in the reserve is off. I have 54,000.
You want Charlie? 55. Sure.
54.
In fact, there's a room just off the entrance to the building over here. The room has those cars in
including
it.
the final pilot car of 1969 too, which is kind of the crown jewel of that Yanko collection. Going to be amazing seeing those go across the line.
Right. Here, a handshake will seal it up. $54,000 for that 67 Camaro.
Strong money, huh? Non-4-speed car. Obviously not a Z28, but it's got a lot of the good stuff that makes that bidding go higher and higher.
All right, here we go, Bill, with the Olds 442 from 1965 that you showed us at the top of the program, and I'm scanning the room trying to find Lou Graham to see if he's interested on this in this car.
He may. He told the story when he was joining us in the booth a little while ago. And just to recap, it is the 400 cubic inch V8 that came in 1965, 345 horsepower. And this was kind of like the sister car to the GTO. The GTO debuted in 64, as did the 442. And people that are loyal to both brands keeping a close eye on what was happening as those cars evolved. 4-speed in this one as well. Lucerne Mist Blue, factory tack. And a lot of restoration work went into this. It's got one of those retro look radios, which is kind of neat. It's got modern electronics behind that retro or original looking face on it.
34.
Yeah, that original interpretation of 442, 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed transmission, dual exhaust. Later on, as the 442 evolved and gave you different options, the meaning of 442 changed, but that was the original meaning of 442.
Yeah, kind of threw everything into catawampas when they brought in the 400 and an automatic transmission. So they did a little hocus pocus and still made it hang together.
Yeah, they had their own shell game going on with the numbers there.
Yeah, they had to stay up a little bit late to figure out that little puzzle.
$35,000. Well bought.
Yes, it is.
That is a sweet ride for sure. 1999 Chevy Tahoe. It's got somebody's attention here.
It's got mine for sure. I was watching this one as I was coming in from the parking lot this morning. What I really like here, you know, this generation, it's harder to find the original two-wheel drives. This one's pretty well preserved, really original inside. Outside, they did a little color treatment to it, but I think this one might have started out as like a work truck kind of edition. You can see that blue vinyl interior in there. Actually looks really great how they did the two-tone paint on the outside, but the height is right on this for me, Bill. Nice wheel and tire setup, so clean. And these things got a lot more room in the back than you might kind of think. This is still a great family cruiser for a good rod run.
Oh, excellent look on this truck, huh? Love the ride height. And also, I wish I could show you, but the instrument panel has been rewired with blue LED lights to match the blue on the rest of the truck.
So cool. That was a really tasteful build. I like that one a lot.
Yeah. Going to take more than $26,000 though to buy the Tahoe for now. So we'll see if they put a deal together if bid goes on. In the meantime, how about this? Oh, Bill, I know you are all over these 7 liters. 66 Galaxy 500 7-liter convertible.
This was almost my car to lead off the auction today.
Oh, really?
But last minute shuffle, but I'm glad we're going to get a chance to see it right here. Only about 2,360 of these were built back in 1966. There's a whole cult. There's a club. I mean, there is a whole community behind these big 7-liter Galaxies. This one with an automatic transmission, a lot of originality in this. And anything that isn't original from the factory is just an OEM replacement. There's really not a whole lot in the way of modifications or upgrades on this car. 345 horsepower, 428. And boy, oh boy, look at this roll by with the top down.
A buddy of mine in Indy, Eric, has one of these that he restored, and he loves the car.
Yep.
And it's one of his prized possessions. And he did a great job with it, too, by the way.
Put an Edelbrock carburetor on this, but not a whole lot else. Set of headers, but the exterior of that car, man, oh man, with those Magnum 500 wheels.
What a look.
Stupid beautiful.
Of course, if you do a little bit of quick math, you can convert those 7 liters to CI, and it comes out just over 427. It's always interesting, you know, what manufacturers will advertise their displacement as, either CI or liters.
Well, again, don't get me going, Chris, because and Scott will tell you.
I'm going to trigger Bill all day.
You already did. I was going with let's go back to cubic inches for a while, but that really didn't catch on.
Well, on this car in particular, as we see the reserve come off at $39,000, it would almost be sacrilegious to rate this one in cubes, because we all know that 7-liter description is such a legendary.
No, there's some magic with that.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, $39,000 does the trick. Here's a beauty for you. 67 Corvette convertible.
Yeah, with the L68, that's the 400 horsepower 427 with 3 2-barrel carburetors, Muncie M21 close ratio 4-speed. And make no mistake, even though this is the smaller hydraulic lifter, smaller cylinder head 427 than the big 425 or 435 horsepower big blocks in 66 and 67, this is a fast car here. Marina blue, oh, you can't fault that. Bright blue vinyl interior, and side pipes with red line tires. That's just, I mean, if that hasn't been NCRS or Bloomington Gold, it should be.
Great look with its eyes open, too. The headlights flipped up. Very cool to see that. We always see them coming across with them inverted, but really cool look.
I have a thought about that. A, they're stuck, or B, they're just showing that they do work, in fact. So
one works, one does not work. That description. Well, I'm glad we're seeing them.
My mid-years.
Oh, they just put them away.
There they go. They hurt us.
Oh, wait a minute. Did they?
Yes.
Okay.
Now they're coming out again. The
so
mid-years.
Option B, they work.
No, I was just going to say I've had mid-years, and in the wintertime, I always left them open because when it gets cold, things get brittle.
Right.
You don't want to close them and then open them, so you leave them open. But that's not a problem here in Florida.
No,
though.
not at all. Let me ask you this. On your 66s that you had, did you have the 427?
All of them
and the
had
66?
427, yeah.
The 390 horse back then, right?
One was a 390 and two were the 425 horse.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
120 bid.
A little bit of Corvette spotting. The 67 was the only year that had the backup light above the license plate there, and always the gas filler top would be body colored. Easy way to spot a 67 from behind.
Chevy should have gone one more year with a 67. They kind of went to the 68 before they really worked all the bugs out of them, and so for a while the 68 wasn't getting the kind of love that it may have gotten otherwise. By 69 they worked all the bugs out, but 67 they could have easily gone another year.
Oh yeah,
with these cars.
125.
One more time.
122.5. Still working on getting the reserve off here.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Again?
All right.
Put you in for 125,000.
We got to be close to the reserve funds.
So George, your man has to be 130 now because Lucas has it, right? I mean,
Well,
you guys
now
are
we
all
just
up there
got
yelling
up.
and screaming. What do we got? 120? Is that what we have?
You're at
We got
120,
120
right?
with George. $125,000 reserve is off.
Yeah!
All right, there we
You
go.
ain't walking home.
$125,000.
I would agree with that.
What do you say, folks?
120. Is that going to do it? Look to the phone bidder over there.
So,
Yes, it will. $120,000. Good Corvette there, Bill.
Oh, you have done good, sir. You and your lady, you will love driving that car.
All right, as we get set to take a break, let's send it over to Danielle Trotta.
I think I have another six-figure car for you, Scott Hoke. That was certainly exciting. This 2005 Ferrari 430 Spider is coming your way in just a little bit. She's beautiful in the iconic Rosso Corsa exterior color, tan interior with the Daytona-style bucket seats. And Formula One, Ferrari's Formula One program really inspired the Spider, starting with the electronic differential, giving better traction under all weather conditions. You can also see the body lines on this car, very Formula One inspired as well. Used a lot of state-of-the-art computer aero simulation programs to develop it. You see the steering wheel also F1 inspired, allowing car setups to be adjusted quickly and efficiently. And it's got the iconic Ferrari horsepower as well. V8 engine, 483 horsepower. We, of course, have the Bachmann collection, full of 46 Ferraris crossing the block next week, but you don't have to wait that long to get your hands on one. This one is rolling across the block pretty soon. Stay with us. A lot of coverage left and a packed house. People are everywhere enjoying this gorgeous sunny Saturday here in Kissimmee, Florida. We're back live on ESPN Plus. We'll get you back to the block right after this quick break.
Oh, that is a gigantic collection of car crazies here at Kissimmee, Florida. All eyes on the lineup out there on the midway that's heading our way, in fact. And right now on the auction block, Bill, we've got a 1970 Cadillac DeVille convertible.
Woo. Yeah, quite a history behind this car, Scott. The original owner, Eleanor Leland, was married to the great-nephew of the founder of Cadillac, Henry Leland.
Ah.
What a story that is. Henry Leland, if we had time, we could get into it, but what a fascinating personality in automotive history. This is the final 1970 DeVille convertible off the production line documented by Cadillac. It's got that big 472 cubic inch V8. And in 1970, just about everything coming out of Detroit had a big engine in the engine bay. Bayberry is the name of the paint color with a neutral interior, which is kind of like a dark saddle, I guess you might call that. Kind of a medium brown. And the top has never been down. So I suggest to the consignor, don't do it today.
I was going to say, why don't you run over there and hit that button?
No, leave well enough alone.
All right, it is time for our NPD preview today. Of course, we're pleased to partner with NPD once again this year. They're celebrating their 50th year in business, and with our NPD preview, we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, this beautiful automobile is about to roll into the auction hall, but before it does, let me give you a quick little roundabout, getting a look at the 6.6-liter V8, which powers it. Now, the consignment sheet says that this is a partial restoration, so mainly unrestored, mostly original. It is a 4-speed car. This color is Atlantic blue over black, and again, it's got all of the documentation, as you can see in the interior. Those gorgeous silver snowflake wheels. Man, this is a great car, and the fact that it's unrestored makes it even more special. And on the deck lid here, you can see the Palmer logo out of Merkel, Texas. That's where the car was originally sold, and it still retains that logo on the deck lid. I love that little attention to detail. Now, Bill Stevens, if you had a Pontiac, where would you turn in order to give it such a great restoration?
Well, here's the deal. That car's partially restored, so if they ever decide to complete the restoration, look at that, the NPD catalog with a blue Firebird on the cover. What are the odds? Yeah, this is the way to go, folks. If your Firebird, whether it's close to restoration or you're starting from square one, man, you got to get your hands on that book.
Tell you what, too, visit nationalpartsdepot.com to find out more, or you can call them if you'd like to do that. The phones are open 24/7, and they are celebrating 50 years of passion, quality, and service. Onto the block right now, and some big money on a 1970 Trans Am. Here's why, Bill. This is a matching numbers Ram Air 3 Trans Am for us.
345 horsepower, and boy, a few years after this, everybody would have lusted to have a Firebird with that kind of firepower. But yeah, this is before the downward trend in Detroit with the lower horsepower and the lower compressions and the emissions, what have you. So this is real, raw 1970 Pontiac muscle. Matching number matching number M21 4-speed. And everything on this car is according to Hoyle. Original 12-volt safety track rear end, 373 performance rear axle, MagnaFlow dual exhaust. There's one aftermarket element, but otherwise sticking pretty close to OEM all the way through, including the carburetor, distributor, and the steering box. Wow, and that's why we are closing in on 6 figures.
Yes, indeed. That's got the entire package. Super cool color combination too. Blue with the stripes, blue interior, Bill. 90 grand.
That's the way I want mine.
Man, love it. Mecum Kissimmee is where you'll find cars like that. Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee, our live coverage, streaming with you today on ESPN Plus. And how about this for a cool way to kick off a new segment, Bill Stevens? 1965 K-Code Mustang.
Yeah, and this is the formal roofline, not the fastback. Now, if this were the fastback, that would have been the starting point for the Shelby GT350 back in 1965. They shipped those cars down to Shelby with a K-Code 271 horsepower 289, and then Shelby got his little chefs into the kitchen and whipped up 306 horsepower. So, no, these cars are definitely valuable because of that engine, and this is a 4-speed automobile as well. Silver smoke gray. Name of that paint. The bucket seat, center console, and yeah, I'm thinking something that begins with a 6 might get that deal done.
Well, and you see that bidding at $55,000. They're actually calling this a 64 and a half.
Yeah.
Unofficial, always. We got to remember that. But very, very early K-Code Mustang production car.
Style steel wheels too with the twin red stripes.
Yeah, very
Let's
cool.
not overlook those.
Okay, here is is 1979 Trans Am next, unrestored.
Yeah, I think semi-restored is the way that Chris may have described it just a few moments ago. It looks like they began the project, didn't quite get to everything, but you could fool me because that car looks like it's finished. Very nicely presented. It's got the W72 option. That's the 6.6 liter L78 engine, 4-speed transmission. They even put the factory chalk marks and stickers in there, just as that extra touch, which a lot of good restorations have. Tilt column, formula steering wheel with AC, limited slip rear end, power steering, 4-wheel power disc brakes, and those snowflake wheels. Atlantis blue.
45 pounds and $1. 47 pound on a bid. 40 pound at 47 pounds and $1.
6.
46, 48. 46,
Okay, gotcha,
48 pounds and $1. 46 pound.
Good news. I think, hey, man, 46 got him to take his reserve off. 46 got him to take his reserve off. He definitely wanted more than that, but you are the high bid at 46. I told the bidder guy, don't ask me again.
47 pounds on.
You got it, sir. You got it. You got it. 46.
Well, 46 is going to be the number.
Yeah, fair money for that car.
Love that blue, by the way.
Oh, all the way.
Atlantis blue. Speaking of blue, 1976 Bronco up next. And look at the presentation here, Bill.
Yeah,
My goodness.
We have seen some outstanding Broncos here. Yeah, it's got a 331 stroker in it. How about that? Plenty of power. And a lot of new stuff. Exhaust, aluminum radiator. That's a 3.5-inch suspension lift. New shocks, leaf springs. Big 31-inch BF Goodrich tires. Grabber blue. Love that color. Just about anything from Ford, actually. Oh, boy. They spent some money on this. Let's see if they're going to get a lot of it back right now, bidding at 85.
85 pounds and $90 $90. Anybody else? 80 pounds to bid. 90 pounds on a Bronco. Last call. 85 pounds ain't going to be 90. Close bid at 85 pounds at a big
No. I don't blame the consignor either. The build quality and what went into that.
Right.
I mean, that would not be a giveaway vehicle if I were the consignor.
Do you think 6 figures or
Yes.
at least 90 for sure?
I think you're right.
6 figures maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have a 1957 Chevy 150. And this is kind of a replica of a very well-known car.
Especially in NASCAR history, I'm sure Danielle will be able to relate to this automobile. The late, great Buck Baker, the dad of my old buddy, the late Buddy Baker, made history with this automobile. Other drivers, too, were behind these cars back in the early days of NASCAR. This was called the Black Widow. It's a recreation. It's a 57 Chevy. It's the 150, the down-market body style with a 283 with fuel injection, which debuted in the Chevys in 1957 with a 3-speed manual transmission is what they ran on the racetracks. No roll bar, no armrest, no radio. Everything was about reducing the weight of these cars. They raced on the sand at Daytona. They raced on pavement. And 6 Black Widows were originally produced by a company called Sedco. This was kind of like under the radar, and they got backing from Chevrolet. So, yes, NASCAR history, you bet. Buck Baker won the 57 championship in his version of the Black Widow.
Well, next up, another one of our no reserve cars today, 1969 Camaro.
No reserve, Le Mans blue, white stripes. They modified the small block engine in this with a bunch of different things. Edelbrock Performer, RPM, intake manifold, Petronix distributor, got MSD wiring in there. Transmission is a race-prepped Turbo 350 with a horseshoe shifter, 10-bolt rear end with 342 positive traction gears. Street and strip right here.
39, 40, 39, 40 pounds and out of bed. 39 pounds and would be 40, now 40, now 40.
I think we're getting to the point, Scott, where whenever we see a non-Z28 69 Camaro, they're all done differently. we see so many different variations of the 69 Camaro.
Very true.
Z28s, you know, people try to keep them original, so not a lot of variation there, but the non-Zs, you can do whatever you want.
So clean with, I know a lot of people love the hideaway headlights, but this 69, just with the two there and that chin spoiler, it's just a perfect, mean-looking Camaro. That's a beautiful ride.
Okay, so influential. Well, let's face it, that 2010 Camaro, you know, when they reintroduced the next generation of that car, took a lot of the cues from this one.
Absolutely.
We'll move on to a 1958 Fuelie Corvette, silver blue, blue-gray interior, 4-speed build, good car.
It certainly is, and I think the first Fuelie C1 that we've had, and why not this one? And this one has had some little extras, I guess, in terms of detailing and extra presentation, just to give it the kind of appearance that it has right now. Love it. Removable hardtop, by the way, which is nice, probably a two-top car. Wonderbar AM radio, one of those seek and scan radios back in the early days of that technology. 58, Lou Graham had one.
Yeah, he had the dual quad version.
Yeah, he had the two 4-barrel carburetors. Yeah.
And so here, $110,000 can be a little bit short on that Corvette.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. We'll get you back to the block in just a moment. A very special guest, though, that we want to highlight here on this Saturday. Ray Ripple's been hanging out with us, artist extraordinaire, incredible welder with fabrication. Looking at your social media, Ray, the work that you're able to do on automobiles is so impressive. Have you been having fun here at Mecum and showing off some of the work that you do?
Yeah, like, it's insane. Trust me, I'm not going to take a plasma cutter to anybody's cars here, but it's insane the magnitude of cars and the level of craftsmanship. It's just like another side of the art community, you know? This is just a different layer of art. It's really cool to see.
How would you describe your aesthetic and some of the work that you do?
Well, I don't really know. Like, people call me a human CNC machine because I can just basically look at something and, like, plasma cut it. But I don't know. I kind of just do a little bit of everything. It keeps me out of trouble and it keeps me busy. So, I mean, like, welding, you know, art, and I wrote a children's book, and then I travel all over the country and talk to the youth and try to get more women into the trades, more kids into the trades, because the trades is a dying industry and we really need to bring that back. So that's very important to me. And then, of course, motorcycles, all wheels have to be included in it. So basically everything.
All things creative, and you're working on an awesome project, Ray. I can't wait to see you back here at Mecum Kissimmee 1 year from now. Tell us all about the car and the project that you're working on.
So basically, I have a 1964 Impala I'm building over the next year to sell here to help build the foundation for my own foundation to help women and people that are trying to break the cycle and free of their life, get them into the trades, help them build a solid foundation for their life and for their families, so it breaks the cycle for their children. And this is for everybody. This is for kids aging out of foster care that have nowhere to go and no life skills. This is for domestic violence victims, male or female, if you're stuck in that situation. Let me help you get out. But also help rehabilitate them with counseling services and, you know, help to make sure that they're set up for success in the future.
We cannot wait to see what you put together. I know you're going to start cutting when you get back home to Tennessee. You're a little nervous. But again, if you guys have seen her work on Instagram, go to Ray Ripple and just peruse like I did for hours last night, because your work is just amazing. I can't wait to see the car when it's finished. Thank you so much, Ray.
Thank you.
Scott, isn't it amazing, Ray's inspiration for the creative and how it extends out into her community and how she can affect and touch so many women and children's lives? Pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Danielle and Ray as well. And you touched on it, DT, not just the work, but the platform that it gives her to go outside the box, so to speak, and help folks that are really in need. And it's super cool. Super cool. All right, 1959 Nash Metro Custom, $57,000, Bill, no reserve. What's the story on this? I can't wait.
Well, if you see this coming down the street, Get out of the way. This car probably weighs about 1,500 pounds soaking wet, and it does not have the original powertrain. It now has a 200 horsepower Chevy V6 in there. Wow. So good luck keeping it straight, and it just sold to those folks.
That's one that one of my friends called me this morning. He's like, you got to check it out. I was like, dude, it's awesome. I have no idea what it'll go for, though, but that's good money for that right there. Nicely done on the bill.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the engineering and everything is right up to snuff.
Yeah, 60,000 bought it, and if you weren't already prepared to run for your lives, a look at the wheels kind of gives you a hint that there might be something funny going on.
Yeah, there's no secret that there's something very scary happening in that little Metropolitan.
Here is 1972 Le Mans on the auction block now.
Not a GTO, special ordered by the original owner. It does have a 350 small block in it and a 4-speed manual. And this is so close to being a GTO. You know, you'd have to go with a 400 cube V8 in there just to make it a little bit more authentic. But you know what? The way it sits, it's kind of cool. And it certainly has some rarity as well because of the fact it has the small block and the 4-speed.
Pretty original condition, unrestored. Yeah. You see the documentation in the window. The passenger side window.
Well, we started the trend.
PHS documentation, window sticker.
Only at 39, back to the same deal. If he goes 40, obviously they're probably going to ask 42, but you know, we'll see. You're holding. You are the high bid at 39, right?
40 pounds, take you to a guess. 39, 40.
Good news, you guys.
Really quick.
Well, it was a good try.
It sold for $39,000. You mentioned it's close to a GTO. If the owner would happen to call the Clone Ranger and say, "Hey, what do I need to do to make that into a GTO?" What do you think the Clone Ranger would tell him?
Oh, he would tell him he would have to get the badges and he'd have to put the bigger engine in it and have to take off some of the other trim that's already on the car. And I hate to speak for the Clone Ranger, but I think that's probably what he
That's it. Yeah. That's not bad.
I think it's doable.
All right. Let's work on that.
Yeah.
Here's a 1987, 911 Turbo.
And boy, did it sound good when it came by. You know, sometimes you never really know what the condition of some of these cars are going to be, and it sounds real healthy when it went by. Lipstick red interior build. This is the 4-speed, the 87 there in this 930. What a beautiful setup.
Legendary all the way, the 930 Turbo. Even people that don't know anything about Porsches know when they hear that this is the car that really ruled the roost for Porsche. Back in the 1980s, you remember the original IROC series? They were running these 911s, you know, on the speedways and the road courses. And they were track cars. You just buy them at the Porsche dealer and with very little preparation get out there on a racetrack and be right at home.
And with the white Fuchs on there, I mean, that setup. Yeah. This is the kind of car that Chris and I try to come up with ways we could scheme of how, if we sold everything we own, could we go in halfsies. This one's just beautiful. What a great ride.
This is a year after they were reintroduced into the U.S. market. They were gone from 80 until 86.
They're probably gray market during that period.
Yes, there were several of them over the course of that time period. But here you go, 127.5 for that 87 930 Turbo. Built about a little bit less than 10,000 overall between 86 and 89.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Now, we don't hear the term gray market very much anymore, but basically you'd buy a car in Europe or somewhere that was not legal in this country because of emissions or whatever. You would take it to someone who would do the work to make it legal here in America. That was the gray market.
Kind of like your brother-in-law.
Oh, he made a lot of money during that time.
Boy, your eyes really lit up.
Oh, I remember that.
When I brought that up.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he took you out to dinner a few times back in the day.
We were flying high, man.
Here's a 68 Camaro that's been breathed on just a bit.
Yeah, you're right. Little modification here and there. Got fuel injection on the 350. That's a performance parts engine. That's a crate engine in there. It's got vintage air in there for a comfortable ride. Daytona yellow. That's a familiar color. for the Camaros. We've seen that many times. Willwood power disc brakes. Those beautiful 5-spoke custom wheels. All polished to a high gleam. And look at that. Out it goes for $53,000.
Love it. Okay, no need for the Clone Ranger on the next Pontiac. It's a real deal GTO, 1969.
Yeah, and this has had some appearance upgrades, some enhancements like those aftermarket wheels. But there are other things too. Phi-Tech fuel injection on the rebuilt Pontiac 400 cubic inch V8. Rebuilt Turbo 400 automatic transmission, espresso brown, that's the color. Base coat, clear coat. Frame all beautifully detailed. Underneath there you'll find that undercarriage blasted and painted. Parchment and black interior. You get a good look at that. Console bucket seats, floor shifter, new LED lights, headlights, taillights, markers and turn signals. Front disc brakes all rebuilt, new calipers and bearing assemblies. Rear drums, same story, all rebuilt. A lot of work here. And more than what the bidder board shows right there. We are not even close to what that build was totaling when it was all finished.
And I know it's not as wild as some of the colors you could get this car in, but boy, it's so nicely done. That paint is so deep, a beautiful luster to it. With that stripe kit, I mean, to me, I think this would have stood out. Was this one, when you think about this car being out on the streets, when you had a color like this versus maybe the orange or the white, one of the blues, did it kind of say a different statement about the owner of a car like this?
You know, it could. It's understated, obviously. It has judge graphics. It's not a judge. We made that clear. But the only thing I can think of is if I had a GTO that color and I was driving down the street and a carousel red judge pulled up next to me, I would think, I think maybe I should have got that one over there. I don't know. Might be a little too conservative for me, but I'll tell you, that's a color that you don't see very often on these GTOs.
And you saw the young couple that just shelled out $72,000 for it, and they're going to be happy.
Oh, very.
Interested to see what the number and the interest is on this Torino Talladega, 1969.
Extended nose, flush headlights. This was a homologation special from Ford. They wanted to run this body style in NASCAR. They built this car for 1 year only. Only 750 of them were built. It's got the numbers matching 428 Cobra jet, 335 advertised horsepower, but more than that. You ask anybody from Ford, and they'll tell you, yeah, we were playing fast and loose with those horsepower figures back then. Power front disc brakes, style steel wheels. And yes, let's see what kind of appetite the bidders have. This is kind of like one of those forgotten muscle cars. So few of them were built. They never really get out there and race. This, you know, didn't really establish much of a racing history with that extended snout. But still, a very important car back in the day for Ford, 1969.
Russ Conklin, our auctioneer, says last call, 57,000. There it is, hammers it at 57. Hey, somebody tell Chris we've got a Chicago Bears fan in the house that just bought that Torino Talladega. Huh? All right, very cool. Glad that that one sold, and he is going to be over the moon with that car. Here's a 1972 Duster up on the block now.
Yeah, the muscle car era winding down, 1972. Changed the way that horsepower was rated. Emissions coming in, compressions going down. Manufacturers getting ready for unleaded gasoline, which came in a few years later. And 1972 was kind of like that cusp year where we went from anything goes to not as many things go. Original drivetrain in this with a little 340 in it, with a 4-barrel, 275 horsepower, Sherwood green metallic with a green interior. 4-speed as well, a short grip differential. Some people called it the short drip differential when the gaskets would go, but this one, all just fine. Perfect rear end, power brakes, AM radio, rally wheels.
There were some not so flattering nicknames for things like that back, like power slide.
Power slide transmission. We call the Mercury Comet, the Mercury Vomit.
Vomit, right?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yep.
Okay, we move on from the Duster, the 340 Duster, to a little 81 911 SC that's been dressed in Gulf livery. That's kind of a cool treatment to this, huh?
I'm with you. Anything painted in that livery makes it pop right out at you. This is at an engine swap. 1978 Porsche 930 turbo engine was installed. 2012, they rebuilt it in 2016. Kind of a fresh engine in there. Modified cylinder heads, 8-to-1 compression. They've got aftermarket pistons, camshafts, they've been upgraded. Borg Warner turbocharger as well. Wow. Everything's been done. Stainless steel heat exchangers. Large core intercooler. This is more race car than street car when you take a look at everything they've done to it. Got the 4-speed in it. Got a special race prepared wastegate on that turbocharger to give you a little bit extra boost. And 80 is not going to be enough.
I think they may have added one of those longer hoods too. Not 100% sure, but that looks like it might be.
The one that comes all the way
to the front.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, very cool car. Let's send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Well, some cars stand out aesthetically, some cars stand out power-wise, and some cars combine them both. This 41 Willis does just that. Unbelievable paint job on this with the gold leaf and the airbrush, all of the graphics, so cool. And let's talk about the power. It is a 350 topped off by a massive Dyer supercharger, dual carburetors underneath those trumpet high rises. Just an amazing effect aesthetically. This car's had a crowd around it since I've been standing here, so cool. Now this 41 Willis, now remember at the same time, Willis was just getting into the military Jeep market as well, ended up producing over 250,000 of those for the U.S. military by the time they were done. But the passenger cars, this was it. This is known as the gasser look, and man, is it drawing a crowd. As I said, full roll cage inside. This is going to be going across the block in just a little bit. This is part of the Pete Toto collection. More of his cars will be crossing the Mecum auction block next weekend. But for right now, look out for this one because, man, it is super duper. Stick around. More on the other side of this break from Kissimmee.
Well, check this out. Just in case you think it's all about cars and trucks and motorcycles, it's not. Coming up next weekend, next Saturday, we'll be selling this. It's the 1931 Garwood Miss America 8. It's a 30-foot wooden boat, and it has two Harry Miller marine racing engines with about 930 horsepower each. And Bill, as we get back to the block here at the Silver Spurs Arena, that boat was built to be the fastest boat in the world, and it actually did over 100 miles an hour on the Harlem River back in the early 30s. Can you believe that?
That is not the Love Boat.
No. But it's an expensive boat, by the way. It's going to sell next weekend.
Yes. Yeah, real quick, I want to go back to the Talladega that we had a little while ago. I think I mentioned it didn't race. No, I was confusing that with the King Cobra, the 1970 Torino, that 3 were built, didn't race. That 69 Talladega definitely did. So I just wanted to go to the Department of Corrections to get that fixed.
Very good. And in the meantime, this 55 Bel Air right there just sold for $85,000. That is big money, huh?
It certainly is. And it's got that brand new for 1955 265 cubic inch V8. It's the Power Pack, 4-barrel and dual exhaust.
So we'll move on and roll out a 1965 Corvette, small block here, but big horsepower, 365, 327. This is an NCR's Top Flight car.
Yeah, big scoring sheet from Top Flight with 97.3 out of 100 points. Matching numbers, 365 horse, 327. Yeah, that is a little pit bull, that engine. Ooh, screams like crazy. Al Nock, one of the all-time great vendors for Corvette interiors when you're restoring a Corvette, responsible for that interior right there. Frame off restoration, as you might have guessed by now. Yeah, that 365 horse, that's basically the 375 horse fuel injected motor without the fuel injection. 4-barrel carburetor. Solid lifters. High compression. Rally red. Red interior. Knock-off wheels, too. OEM correct. Narrow white wall tires.
Not surprised to see this kind of money on this car.
No, not at all.
You only have 88, 88, 88.
Now, if it were a fuelie bill, we'd add
we're in the six figures.
Serious money to this number here.
You are right. Yeah, and 64, the horsepower. The 65 fuel injector cars, 375 horsepower. And that was, of course, the swan song for that original fuel injection setup in 65. Went away in 66.
All right, $87,000. That's your hammer price, the number of record on that Corvette. Next on the block, what has the doctor cooked up for us? 1956 F100.
Guys, I don't know if I've seen one like this before. This uses a Ford Lightning chassis, and they actually put a big old Whipple supercharger on that V8 that's in there. They added power to that tilt front one-piece front end. Inside, it's beautiful. Relicate leather is in there, but you'll also notice that little bit of a stretch there in the chassis. Look how comfortable he is. People like me that are 6'3" have a little harder time fitting in there, but that just few inches you can see right there after the door to probably make it line up perfectly on that chassis bill just totally changed the game on this one. But really nice subtle touches built on this one. It's a gorgeous truck.
And you said it, we don't see a radical build on these pickups like this one very often. This is wild. It's got that Lightning engine, 5.4 liter V8, as you mentioned, with a supercharger. So it's got power aplenty, and look at the wheel treatment. It's like full wheel discs.
Yeah.
With a little tiny kind of a bubble in the middle with white wall tires.
And those are Foose wheels. I mean, that's a wild one.
Bill, is it out of bounds to call that a kind of a pro touring pickup truck?
I think it's more custom than pro touring, but it does have a lot of the elements that we use to judge a pro touring automobile. I just don't know how streetable that would be. It's so outre. I don't know.
I could drive it. Rut, how about you?
Oh yeah, I could ride shotgun in that. We're tall enough. We can fit in that one. That's great.
Man. That is the key. However, that top does look like it's been chopped a bit, and so the headroom situation might be a little different.
Noted.
Don't know. All right, already into six figures on this 1967 Corvette convertible, Brother Bill.
Yep, another hot Corvette here with NCRS Top Flight certification, the Gold Spinner Concours Award as well, a Triple Crown Award from our friends out there at McCacken. It has been all throughout the show circuit, Bloomington Gold certified. That's the L36. That's the 4-barrel hydraulic lifter, 427, 390 horsepower, 4-speed close ratio transmission.
Wow, reserve off.
And if you wanted air conditioning in your mid-year Corvette with a big block, you had to go with the hydraulic lifter choice like this one. This has got factory air, AM/FM radio, power steering, side exhaust, rally wheels, BF Goodrich red lines.
Well, at $160,000 on JK Day today, this is a Bloomington Gold Corvette, and I'm reminded that how excited John was when he had his 72 Corvette Bloomington Gold certified.
That was another dream come true, and I'll tell you, he lived a good life, our friend JK.
Hey, I want to give you a heads up that, yes, we will be debuting the Mecum Preview Show. It's coming up next Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's 8 o'clock out on the West Coast. And you can watch it on Mecum TV on the Roku channel and on Mecum's YouTube channel. So it's kind of like a big pregame show to what we have coming up for you next week on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But that show hits Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern. Back to the live activity here on ESPN Plus in the Silver Spurs Arena. The reserve is off on this DeLorean, Bill.
This market's warming up, especially on low mileage, well-preserved, restored DeLoreans. This one bidding the mid-50s. For a long time, these were struggling to get out of the mid-20s.
Yep.
2.8 liter V6 in it, 3-speed automatic transmission, a manual also available in these. And of course, you know, you have to remember the story of the DeLorean and how John Zachary DeLorean left General Motors, and talking about fellas that wanted to make their dreams come true. This was his dream, to build his own automobile, and he ran into some rough water with that. But now these cars becoming collectible in a big way.
Well, we'll move to a Chevelle Super Sport now at $40,000 and going up potentially.
Not unlike some other Chevelles we've seen from this time period that have had some modifications made to them. This one, a 454 SS. It's a real SS, real Super Sport. That 454, not the original. It's got an Edelbrock set of aluminum heads, high-performance cam in there, and the Holley Sniper fuel injection. 6-speed manual transmission, the T56 in there. Mojave gold exterior. This has AC, 12-bolt rear end, good-looking custom wheels. Not staggered. They look like they are the same size all around. Beautiful chrome finish. And a pretty picture sitting right there. The reserve is off.
Reserve is off, yes indeed, and the hammer has dropped at $62,000. Well, here's our, believe it or not, second day of television for us. Our first look at the legendary split-window Corvette.
Which is somewhat of a surprise since there are over 400 Corvettes here in Kissimmee.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, this got the 327, 300 horse in it. That's the second up from the bottom. The 250 was the base engine back in 1963. 4-speed, freshly rebuilt, ermine white. You see the interior, black interior, kind of a common color scheme here. New parts underneath, including new front and rear suspension, and the wheels, Kelsey Hayes knockoffs with white wall tires. And we are far north of six figures. We're at $120 already. Air-conditioned car as well. First year you get AC in a Corvette.
Close to 125, close to 125,000, over 100.
All right, not surprising that that Corvette bid into six figures, but it's going to need to be stronger than $1.25.
Yeah, maybe 10,000 short on that before we can have a real conversation.
Well, as you might imagine here in Kissimmee, with the amount of cars and the level of the quality of the cars, collectors and car lovers from all over the place are out here. Lots of celebrities as well. And right now, let's send it over to Danielle Trotta, standing by with a very special guest.
Yes, Scott, if there's a man in the house today that knows a lot about horsepower and fast cars, Ford specifically, it's this guy right here, NASCAR Cup Series driver for RFK Racing, Ryan Preece. Ryan, thanks so much for hanging out with us today at Kissimmee.
Yeah, everything in my life is about caffeine and gasoline, so this is my first auto auction, and boy, what an auction it is to come. And when we were down the road and I saw all these tents and beautiful displays and all these cars here, over 4,000 cars. I've never bid on a car, but this is really making me want to.
Are you a bit of a car collector, Ryan? What do you keep in the garage that's maybe your favorite to play around with?
Not quite the collector yet. You know, I like my Ford F-150. I like the single cab. I like the crew cab, and you know, I got some superchargers on there. So I like building cars with a little bit of horsepower, a little bit of fun.
We're going up to 750 horsepower in the NASCAR Cup Series cars for select races this year, but for Daytona, we're only 36 days away from the Daytona 500. Ryan, what would it mean to win that race?
Well, I mean, for me, you know, I've had quite the lows there, you know, going upside down twice in the past couple years and having to leave Daytona from the infield care center. So that makes the drive home really, really terrible. Well, I can tell you right now, leaving from Victory Lane would be a lot better. So that's the plan, and we'll see if we can do that.
The Fords are always fast at Daytona. Keep your eye on this guy, Ryan Preece, getting set to run the Daytona 500 and the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series season. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Scott Hoke, back to you.
Danielle, thank you very much. Thanks, Ryan. You know, I like the way he thinks. He's got a couple of superchargers on his pickup truck.
Toss that out.
He likes fast cars and fast trucks, man. That's cool. All right, good to have him here. And as Danielle said, best of luck coming up in the Daytona 500. In the meantime, a big old 2020 Silverado. Wow. 5,500, Bill.
Big and scary. Oh, 6.6 liter Duramax diesel with an automatic transmission. But look at the way this truck just sits there, daring you to come near it. Oh, man. Lot of upgrades, modifications. 4-link front and rear air suspension, and oh, by the way, all powder coated. You ready for that?
Wow.
Yeah. Got a lot of Kelderman extra special parts on here from the aftermarket. The Bravo front bumper, dual steering stabilizer, Raptor shocks. And if you need compressed air in your truck, it's got an engine-driven air compressor along.
Okay.
With a spare air tank and hose reel for just blowing up your balloon, your bounce house, or whatever you need compressed air for, you're all set.
We're into 6 figures now on this truck at 102.5.
Yeah.
That's almost, you know, I think of pictures of people driving down the road in Yellowstone and they come across a bison, the gigantic bison. This would be the automotive equivalent if you encountered this guy on the road.
Your imagination is running away with you.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's a big truck.
105.
Love to know what the gross vehicle weight of that is. That's got to be, I don't know, 5-6 tons.
It sells for $105,000. What a behemoth it is.
Ton of fun.
Okay, here is another 63 split window coupe. Completely different formula than the one we saw a moment ago. And this one, Bill, is going to be gigantic dollars.
And for good reason, too. Somebody went wild on this. The chassis is from Street Shop, 6.2 liter LT1 with engine modifications. Intake, engine cover, carbon fiber accents. Wow. Tremec 5-speed manual. Beautiful red leather interior with an overhead console. Other parts, Flaming River tilt steering column. Billet steering wheel, you may have seen that. Classic instrument gauges. Those bucket seats, power operated, it's got vintage air in there. Dakota digital door jamb contacts. Didn't even know they made them. Where did they get this stuff?
$225. I told you, big dollars.
Yeah, big. Bluetooth, vintage radio, new Relics power windows, flush mount windows as well. Dave Kindig designed those door handles.
Yeah, speaking of
Dave, yeah.
I was going to say, speaking of Kindig, his CF1 and a couple of others are coming up next week. Matt Morbeck has 235, and he's asking for $250,000 now.
My product, 240. Got to be 240.
Brembo brake calipers, Willwood architecture.
I think there's a little something there. I need
250's bid. Check this out. 3-inch chambered exhaust from the guys at Sweet Thunder.
Yeah, those look like factory-style side exhaust covers, although they've modified those as well.
Right. Little tiny edge, red edge on the wheels as well. The reserve off. Did I hear that? No, apparently not yet. They are thinking about it.
270. We're good, right?
Okay, there we go. Wow.
Yeah, but 270 is still below the build cost.
Oh, sure.
Of the Corvette.
At least point or something. I'd get a little 75 pound at 270. Got a little high. Chris 275.
That is our number one car of the entire event thus far.
Sold 270 pounds and sold.
And there it is, $270,000. And a kiss for good measure. We'll take a quick break on that one. Be back with more from Kissimmee after the timeout. Oh, that'll give you your daily dose of thrill, won't it? That is the Dodge Thrill Ride. Pictures on board and from outside the car. And we've said it before, we'll say it again, always one of the top attractions outside of the auction block at any Mecum event. And now we move back to the block and we introduce to you the Pete Toto collection. In fact, the first part of the Pete Toto collection. This is a 1932 Ford Highboy.
Yeah,
And
with some.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Scott. With some history behind it too. We were out to the Pete Toto collection in Hobart, Indiana, not long ago to see the cars that were coming to the auction. This one built by Pete Chaporis, one of the really well-known hot rodders throughout hot rod history. 383 stroker in it, Tremec 5-speed. It's a tribute to the SoCal Speed Shop car, and it just came up short on the result.
Yeah, $90,000. Now to a 1933 Packard 8 Cabriolet, and I'll tell you that we're going to see 7 of these cars from Pete's collection today. The remainder of the 21 cars will be coming up next week, and some of these are sensational. Packard, Cord, Duesenberg, Cadillac, and this Packard 8. There's Pete on the right there with Clint Hunter on the left. This Packard 8 is in very original condition.
Yeah, Steve Matchett and I traveled out there and spent the day with Pete. What a great guy, really. Just enjoyed so much being with him. And a great story behind Pete. He's from Hobart. When he was a young man, he would walk by the building that he owns today when it was an automobile dealership, never knowing someday it would be his. And now he has all of these pre-war classics and hot rods in there. It really is the closest thing to a hot rod museum you're going to find. And this is one example of some of the cars he has, some completely restored, some unrestored, and he can tell you anything and everything about each one of these cars in terms of history, in terms of how they got to be in this particular condition, who owned them, things like that. It was just so educational to be there, if nothing else. Famous Packard straight 8 engine, 320 cubic inches. And Pete does a lot of the work himself. He refreshed the engine in his car. He does some of the body and paint as well. And yes, it's going to sell. The reserve is coming off.
Really cool question, though. Somebody just paid $50,000 and they'll take it home. What are you going to do with it? You leave it like this, or do you bring it back and restore it?
Boy, I think I would restore that. When those cars are completely restored, they're so magnificent.
Right. My goodness. Well, not surprising at all. While we were talking about that Packard, this 2005 Ferrari F430 Spider rolled into place, and the swarm of Ferrari honeybees around this car, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Everybody who's into Ferraris is here in Kissimmee this week.
An irresistible force and a movable object right here. This has got that fantastic 4.3-liter V8 with 483 horsepower, a 6-speed Formula One automatic transmission, paddle shifted. That's a great shot of that transparent cover over that engine.
This is a Euro spec model, by the way.
Yeah, and the Euro spec models usually give you a little bit extra grunt before they get to this country. Yeah, this was a car that was instrumental in celebrating the Formula One World Championship for Ferrari during a great stretch between 1999 and 2003. Bi-xenon headlights and a limited slip differential, with the Presto exhaust system with quad tips. And this, once again, from Pete's collection. So, yeah, he appreciates both the pre-war classics and the European exotics.
Those are 19-inch Scuderia alloy wheels, by the way, when we get to see those. Great look overhead.
Fender shields, you can see, playing there as well.
Reserve is off. 135. Ryan.
Reserve is off now at $130.
130. 135. Mike has bid. Anybody else want to call? 135 pounds.
Just over 16,000 miles on the odometer, which means
take a look here.
you can drive this and not have to worry about a super low odometer.
$130,000 buys that 2005 Ferrari out of the Pete Toto collection. Well, let's see about this 1957 Bel Air.
Oh, this is special car too from Pete's collection. Start with the color Sierra Gold. Interiors contrasting brown and white, but that's probably more important. Fuel injected 283. First year for the Fuelie in the Chevy. That engine was rebuilt and balanced by Pete Toto. Pretty handy man with a set of tools. New pistons and valves. 3-speed manual transmission, as you may have noticed, 3 on the tree. And the condition, yeah.
A1.
That is just a 100-point car.
It might take closer to $100,000 to buy it, actually.
Yeah.
80,000 will be where we leave it for the time being.
Yeah, fuel injection in that condition, it's going to have to go up a little.
Well, take a look at this one. It also is a 57 Chevy, but this is a custom treatment on a 210 trim level car.
Boy, has this one got a whole lot of modifications. Let's start with that Art Morrison powder-coated chassis.
Oh.
An 8-stack Hillborn fuel injection CNC machined by my old buddy Troy Trepanier of Manteno, Illinois. One of the all-time great pro mod and custom car builders. I met him at the Street Machine Nationals in 1992 when he was a mere lad. And ever since then, boy, some of the work he's done has been just over the top and off the hook. This has a 5-speed manual as well. Ooh, look at that big manly size shifter there. White and gray interior, which you just saw the contrast with the yellow on the outside. Coilovers underneath with a Ford 9-inch rear end and 355 gears. Another example of a 57 Chevy that's been customized and personalized. Just a little bit different from everybody else, but color choice, wheel choice, stance. I mean, 100 points all the way for everything you're looking at. We won't make it this time.
Terrific car. Trev Morbeck, rather, indicated that at $80,000, we're about $20,000 away from being serious. So a couple of cars that still need to get towards 6 figures.
Yep.
And as we roll out the last of the Pete Toto cars today, a little bit off the beaten path, or a lot off the beaten path. It's a 41 Willis Gasser here, Bill, and I'll let you know that the remainder of his collection will be selling next Saturday, and those cars include a J model Duesenberg and a 1930 V16 Cadillac.
And how close to the floor do you think my jaw dropped when I saw this Willis coupe here?
I'd say
boy.
all the way.
Yes. Man, does this ever take me back. Although a lot of the Willis coupes that raced back in the day didn't have this fancy a paint job. A lot of man hours in that. You've got lace paint and pinstripes, and you've got some of the contour panel paint job on there as well. Time consuming to do each and every one of those operations. It's got a big supercharged 350 in it with aluminum heads, the Dyer's blower, automatic transmission. More a street-driven car, although it does have all of that race car personality. But, you know, this again just rings my bell when I remember when these were the kinds of cars you saw racing. And all the drag strips across the country, the gas coupes running on pump gas, that's how they got their name. And they were all different in their configuration. Most of them had big block engines, the Oldsmobile engines, a lot of them had, the Chrysler Hemi, of course, Chevy big blocks as well. And this is a faithful interpretation right down to that straight bar front end. And yes, the reserve comes off. Wow. Yep. Moon Eye speedometer, of course, Moon Equipment, one of those major manufacturers back in the glory days of hot rodding. Sun Super Tack, another thing that you found on the steering column of a lot of race cars. Just everything about it just makes me feel like a kid again.
Well, I'm glad you're happy.
Oh, I will be until...
That's our job.
Until, you know, I have to get serious and then everything changes.
$72,000 for that gasser. What a car it is. Boy, I tell you what, there is no shortage of amazing automobiles for the car crazies to inspect here at Mecum Kissimmee 2026. Man, oh man. Keep telling you folks, if you are anywhere near Central Florida, get over here ASAP. Reserve is off on a very, very cool car, a 1931 Cord L29 Phaeton, Bill, at $125,000.
I'm so glad we got a chance to get this on our telecast because this car is so special in automotive history. This is a 1931 L29. The 1929 L29, which preceded this obviously, is the first American production car with front-wheel drive. And this one has that 298 cubic inch L-head inline 8 with the front-wheel drive and a 3-speed manual transmission. Leaf springs front and rear, hydraulic drum brakes, which not every car had back in the day. Some were still running mechanical brakes, but over the years, the hydraulics certainly won out. Dual side mount spares with accessory mirrors and cowl lamps. But again, fabulous restoration. Classic Car Club of America, full classic certification. Yeah, Aubencourt Duesenberg, primary winner in 2008, and that restoration is held up.
And the next American manufactured car to have front-wheel drive was?
Well, the Cord, the coffin nose Cords came along, and they had front-wheel drive.
Well, I mean, beyond the Cords, the next American manufacturer besides Cord to manufacture a front-wheel drive was?
Have to think about that.
The Toronado.
I know where he was going.
1966.
Car of the year.
Yep. And the car of the moment here is an F code 57 Bird. And we're at 6 figures here.
F code supercharged. Yeah, one of only 16 in this color with that engine. 300 horsepower, 3-speed manual. That beautiful presentation. Love those Kelsey Hayes real wire wheels. Mel Price did the restoration on this. A well-known gentleman in the Thunderbird restoration community. You could also get that 2.4-barrel E-Code engine, 312 in 1957, and of course the 4-barrel as well.
High bid here is not going to be high enough at $110,000. So 1985 Ranger pickup will be up next. Cool little pickup truck here.
Yeah, pretty original too. Odometer reads just over 17,000 miles. Special order too. A Stamina Van Conversion Company in Howard, South Dakota made some modifications. The Stamina package is basically painted stripes, as you can see. Aluminum slots with AT tires and wood bed rails with a bed cover. 2.8-liter V6 and a 5-speed manual with 4-wheel drive. A lot of originality, too. Wheels, tires, hooks, manuals, window sticker. This truck also has those rare dual gasoline tanks with AC. No reserve. And we're pretty much getting into the magic number.
31,002. I get 3,100, David get 2,000, enter it down 2, 3, and down 3, 4, and down 34, and David get 34, and David get 4 to bid, 4 to buy, under David at 34, yes or no, sir? 34,000. I get 34,000, David get 2 to bid, 4 to under David at 32, David get 33.
33.
No reserve, and it sells for $32,000. And before we bring out the next Corvette, speaking of no reserve, here's a little bit of breaking news. Next Wednesday, not only are we going to have that 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time preview show, but next Wednesday is No Reserve Wednesday. Believe it or not, almost 100% of the cars, if not all of them, will be selling at no reserve next Wednesday.
Never done that before.
Never done that before in the history of Mecum Auctions.
Oh.
This split window coupe does have a reserve, and we're trying to get the reserve taken off even as we speak. It's at 150 and going up.
Split window coupe in tuxedo black with a red interior.
Fuelie.
360 horse, Fuelie. Oh dear. 2-year, no expense spared frame off restoration. Oh, you can't take your eyes off it. What a machine.
60. Iron David get 160,000. Iron David get 150.
Yeah, 1963. Oh man, when you think back to the effect and the influence this car had in the automotive community, Corvettes now had fully independent suspension, front and rear, so much refinement and performance and style. Bill Mitchell, the head of the GM Design Studio in 1963, had Larry Shinoda, Pete Brock, and Tony Lapine teaming up to come up with what you're looking at.
We've talked often about how tough black paint is to keep looking like this. But that's what I was going to say. On a Corvette body, even more so. From this era?
Because a Corvette body is a kit. They're fiberglass panels that are all epoxied together. You got bonding strips that hold the body together. And then when you're preparing it for paint, you know, you've got to block that body with an old-fashioned block sander until you've got every panel completely smooth, because you put the black paint on there, any imperfection, it's going to come up and say, yo, you missed me. So, yeah, that is...
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. I worked at a Corvette body shop, did paint jobs years ago.
I know you did.
Oh, and we hated to see someone come back and say, hey, the paint on my Corvette is beginning to chip. I got a crack on it. So
you know you're in for days of work.
You know what? Ask anybody in the automotive repair business. When you have a callback, it kills you. It takes your profit. Now you got to go off a new job and go back to the old. It's just a nightmare. So yeah.
Bill, you mentioned Peter Brock. Next weekend we'll have Peter Brock's own 63 split window rolling across the auction block. It is a reimagining of the 63, kind of being true to his own original sketch that he did for Bill Mitchell back in the day.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Chris, you and I saw that car at the McCacken show, had a chance to visit with Peter Brock. It's just kind of like, hey, it's a do-over, basically. And he took some of the great ideas from the original build and said, let's update them a little bit. Let's make the non-functional pieces functional. And it is a smoking car.
Car's fabulous. Whew. That's why Carroll Shelby snapped him up. He saw what he did with Corvette and said, we need that guy.
Yes, indeed. Okay, 170,000, I think, was the last number on that split window coupe. And we moved to a 1967 Le Mans,
which was a one-owner car until last summer. So pretty easy to trace the history of this. That's a 326 V8 underneath the hood there. And of course, we always talk about those Pontiac V8s. Very difficult to differentiate between the displacements of Pontiac V8s, between the 326 and the 428. Almost identical from the outside. This one with 250 horsepower and a 4-speed manual transmission and Krager SS mags and a great looking burgundy paint job with a black interior, and on to the bid goes on.
All right, in the meantime, 1970 Dodge Challenger convertible. I see RT badging.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's a 383 with a 440 now in it.
Okay.
Okay. 727 automatic. Had legendary torque flight. Got some documentation with it as well. Broadcast sheet, original fender tag. And what else did you find there, Chris?
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned originally came from the factory with that N code 383. It's since been upgraded to the 440 with that shaker hood in there. Color match wheels looking so good. Poverty caps proudly displaying that Frat Zog Dodge logo that they have brought back, which I love. It's on their new cars for 25. And you mentioned the orange paint job over the white interior. And it also looks like it's got a little bit later version of the steering wheel too. But all around, really cool car. I think it stands out most to me are those color match wheels. I love that look.
Oh, yeah.
Looks so good on there.
We had Argent shaker hood there, too. Looks right at home on that car, on that 440.
Well, $110 is going to come up a little shy. There's a great look at that Argent silver shaker hood.
Optional on the Challengers, and standard on the Hemi Cudas.
And guys, we're going to go from that orange to this brilliant gold here.
Ugh.
I know it's a Corvette, Bill, but that's a Lamborghini paint code.
Well, okay, so we have, you might say, an Italo-American Corvette here. And boy, and Rut, that's only the beginning. We've only scratched the surface. Big power, LS3, 430 horse, Tremec 6-speed, T56. Same transmission you find in the Viper, believe it or not. Removable hardtop and a soft top as well. But oh, look at that interior, huh? Ooh, tan and cream, all soft surfaces in there. Dakota digital dash with vintage air, power windows. What a build, big money build.
In 1962 was the end of the two-tone Corvettes in the C1 era because they had removed that molding from around the scoop or the scallop, and so you can no longer get that two-tone in there. Also, those 18 fins that are in the front of that vent are Telltale 62. 1 year only, last year of the C1.
That thing reminds me of a gigantic Werther's butterscotch piece of candy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a great one.
We got a creamsicle interior, too.
That is beautiful.
Wow, that's got a smorgasbord. We got an all-you-can-eat buffet here on wheels.
115, 120.
Oh, I think we do a little fancy footwork with the consignor, and we're going to sell it.
Huh? No, 120 I have, 120, not 25. 120. You want to sell it at 120?
120 menos la comisión. The commission is 12,000, right?
What?
The commission is 12,000. No.
Yes, yes.
Suelta. Sell it.
Sell it?
Lower the commission.
Huh? No.
Okay. Okay,
sell it, okay? You're paying full commission, correct? Okay.
Okay, so make sure we got that clear. The reserve is off at $120,000. Let's see if the internet can hang on there.
Jim? Huh? Yes, sir. That's what I have. Would you like to give 125? Normie, last call. 125. Okay. 120.25 is bid. Internet, you're out at 125. I get 122.5. Down 5. Higher David at 122.5. 122.5. 125.
Got to make sure that both sell it and full commission were properly translated.
Yeah.
Between the bidder assistant and the consignor there.
See. There you go. right in the front row. That is pretty cool.
And they like bright colors, Scott. That's that same guy that we saw earlier buy, I think it was a 68 or 69 Camaro convertible, yellow with the big chrome wheels on it.
Oh.
Same group, so I think they know what they like.
Okay. They got that Corvette. That's a cool one. Very nice. We talked about this this truck yesterday, Bill, when it first came out, 1990 Chevy. Not an SS 454, but it's the 454 SS.
Yeah, they just switched things around. The story on this truck has got 32 miles on the odometer, so let's watch what happens.
What?
Yes. Yeah, barely driven, never dealer prepped, factory plastic still in place. Wow. Has the 230 horsepower 454. In 91, they upgraded that to 255, but still the first year is the one that a lot of collectors prefer. The onyx black exterior, garnet red interior. And no, that is not going to buy this truck, especially with that mileage.
No way.
No,
so
sir.
cool to see dealer must remove cover that's over the carpet. You could see it by the driver's side by the pedals. I mean, talk about a museum piece. Wow. But guys, I got to tell you, I'm in love with this next car.
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, there was a show on called Beverly Hills 90210, and an actress named Tiffany Amber Thiessen showed up on there. She had previously been on my favorite show of all time, Saved by the Bell, and she drove an Acura NSX. This one right here, gorgeous, a little over 9,000 miles, I think it's showing, Bill. But we've seen these cars kind of grow and grow in their love and collectability. This one is a beautiful addition.
Now, this is a first-gen car, too, and these cars were such a dichotomy because 270 horsepower. Wait a minute, this is supposed to be one of those really high zoot exotics. Let me tell you something, this car is so light and it handles so well. This could go toe-to-toe with cars with 100 more horsepower.
Yep.
Of course, it's a mid-engine car, as we know, with a 5-speed manual. Every single magazine reviewer that got their hands on these cars would rave about them and tell you, man, we can't believe these cars will do what we ask them to do.
We've often said these are overlooked and underappreciated cars. Supercars, Chris.
Very interesting connection to a supercar, the McLaren F1, in fact. The designer of the F1, Gordon Murray, drove an NSX, was so impressed with it, he based a lot of his design of the McLaren F1 on the NSX. In fact, he tried to get Honda to supply the engine for it. They said no, so he turned to BMW.
Yep.
Crazy. First time we saw variable valve timing technology come into the U.S. as well with this one, Scott.
This one just sold for $125,000. My buddy, you know him, Tom Beeler back in Indy, has one of these, loves it. It's
Everybody
red,
does.
by the way. Yeah, they're so cool.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone who owned one say, you know what am I doing with this piece of No, you're not going to hear that.
No. Okay, what am I doing with the 1970 Buick Grand Sport Stage 1? Well, whatever you want to do.
Oh, love is in the air. Oh, Stage 1, 455. This is the year to have in 1970, 360 horsepower. This was the demon of the street back then. Every time a muscle car magazine did a shootout with the fastest muscle cars of the era, these Stage 1 cars would hold their own, and sometimes they would outduel an LS6, a Hemi, and with 510 pound-feet of torque, as we've talked about. These things could launch. This with a 4-speed and the shifter. How about this color scheme? The blue with the white top and the off-white interior. Extra options. You can tell I am waxing poetic here on this car. One of my all-time favorite muscle cars. They made a Stage 2, but that was an over-the-counter upgrade. You had to buy the stuff and do it yourself or have the dealer do it. But a lot of guys did not opt for that. They went with the Stage 1 because they were quick just the way they sat.
And I think it's pretty cool. I believe this is the quietly known as the Scott Hoke Blue package. Am I correct?
Yeah.
This would have been the one you would have dialed it up like this?
It's within the boundaries, yes.
Perfect.
I'll tell you what, if you thought you had some performance back in the 70s and this pulled up next to you, you'd better take a good look at that front fender. That's not a Skylark. It's not a GS. That's a Stage 1. So you better tread lightly.
Yeah, it really was under the radar, too. Everybody's going crazy over the other big cube GM cars in 1970 when they took the cubic inch limit away from those cars. But the Buick, oh man, it was all and everything else those other cars.
Thank you. Congratulations, guys. got the whole crew here, dude.
All right, they are over the moon.
Oh, I'm jelly. I am jelly.
Yes, sir. $74,000 for that Grand Sport Stage 1. Before we wrap up this segment, let's take a look at this gorgeous, kind of an outside-the-box car color on an 87 Porsche 944. But it works. Love it.
And we talk about these cars. We compared this to the 924 and how this car was a much more appealing car visually. Had performance, 2.5-liter inline 4. They also had a turbo version that would really up the ante on these cars. I used to race against these when I autocrossed, and they could hold their own. They were pretty formidable, I'll tell you. 5-speed manual, excellent condition on this car with some options thrown in like the AC and the removable sunroof.
Yeah, back in the day, Porsche was in trouble, and they decided to make the move to front-engine cars, and a lot of purists had a big problem with that. Fortunately, the 911 was saved and continues on to this day, but as time goes by, the 924s and the 944s and the 928s all becoming much more and more appreciated.
And that summer yellow, less than one of 400 came to the U.S. in that color. How cool.
Yeah, that's pretty.
We've got lots more from Mecum Kissimmee. Don't go away.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee 2026. If it's cold and snowy where you are on this Saturday, just another reason you got to come play with us next year for Mecum Kissimmee. It's sunny and 80 degrees, a beautiful January day here, and so happy to have you with us. We're only halfway home on our coverage, still another 3 hours to go here live on ESPN+. Then we go dark for a few days. We're coming on back next week. Join us for 4 monster days of coverage. They are the biggest 4 days in all of the car auction world. And Wednesday, we're kicking it off with a bang because it is a no reserve Wednesday. I don't think we've ever done this in Mecum history. Every single car crossing the block, no reserve. All leading up to Saturday when this car crosses the block. The Bianco Speciale. The 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, one of the most prestigious cars in the world, never restored. Such a rich history surrounding this Ferrari. Will history be made when it crosses the block next Saturday? We will all find out together, whether you're here or watching at home. It's great to have you with us, Scott Hoke. It's great to have this car here with us. I'm so close to it, Scott. I had to get special permission to come inside the ropes, if you will, and up close, it's even more beautiful than you can imagine.
Well, it is spectacular, Danielle. Thank you very much. And it is an honor for Mecum Auctions to have that car as the centerpiece of an entire 4,500 car, 13-day lineup as we bring you back to the Silver Spurs Arena and focus on a 56 Bel Air. I'll kind of quickly add something to what Danielle said. Next week, Wednesday through Saturday, quite possibly the biggest 4 days in Mecum auction history. Just lay that out there. 76 grand on this 56 Bel Air.
Wow, the parts and pieces that went into this build. Griffin, March, Quick Performance, Willwood, Foose, Ride Tech, Rain Gear, Vintage Air, New Relics. Oh, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
It almost sounded like you were reeling off Santa's reindeer list there for a minute.
It did, didn't it? Big time build. And the finished product speaks for itself.
Right. Okay, here is a 98 Supra Turbo that is on our auction block. Twin turbo, in fact.
Oh, these are hot little numbers there at Rutledge Wood.
Guys, this was the last year of the Supra in the U.S. until they brought it back for the Mark V. This one only showing 9,000 miles. That's the original 2JZ GTE twin turbo. That is the V160 6-speed that you see there. Inside with a black interior. This one has the target top, of course. It's ironic to think that these cars in that last year were hard for dealers to sell, and now they absolutely crush, as we're seeing right now.
Wait a minute. 190 grand?
Oh,
what is going on here?
It's the collector market for these have just gone up and up and up. And I think that might be one of the guys bidding is for sure Cletus McFarland's friend. And I think business partner, Yeah, guys, that's crazy numbers, though. This is
Okay,
amazing.
listen, the pre-auction estimate on this car was somewhere between 115 and 130. We're almost 100 grand on top of that.
Well, just over 6,000 miles on the odometer.
That's right, and unmodified is the key here. This one is exactly as it was when it was purchased. That makes all the difference, especially in this kind of car world where if this had been hyped up with 1,000 horsepower, the number's not going to be near that.
Right.
That high, but that's what's just so special.
I compare this to the NSX that had 270 horsepower, but its performance belied that horsepower rating. 320 horsepower in these. But you want to fool with one of these? Bring it on, pal. They could scoot.
Absolutely. Single turbo conversion, standalone engine management. What you can make out of these, Chris, is insane.
Well, what's the other side of that equation? You've got power, and then you've got weight, and it's that ratio. These cars have perfected that power to weight ratio.
$220,000. That's got to be a record. Is that a record?
Close to it if it's not.
Gotta be.
I don't know of any other one that's sold for that much, and I have bought and sold a few. My 93 is in the garage. If anyone wants to pay that, it's got a little bit more mileage, but goodness, that was amazing.
Wow. 220,000 for that
Rutledge
Toyota
is taking
Supra
offers.
Turbo.
Please reach out to him
my
on social
goodness.
media.
I wish that one was in my garage. That's for sure.
You know what? Heads up. Our next event is in March in Glendale. We're going to have a slew of these Turbo Supras coming to the door.
So. Oh, I hope so.
Wow. Okay. Here's a 1954 custom Corvette now on the block.
Yeah, how about a 1954 Corvette with a 454 big block in it? We'll talk about having a car that'd be a handful. 700 R4 automatic transmission with overdrive and a beautiful build quality too. You can see right there. That has had some extra effort put into it. Black on the outside, black gray interior.
Well, I can tell you one thing. The original color of this car is not black because in 1954, only four were produced, and that was the most rare color of all. And you can see how good it looks in black, man. I'm surprised they didn't produce more in black in the 54.
Yeah, I know somebody that has one of those black ones, and they ain't never going to get rid of that car. Yeah, all the good stuff in this one. Aluminum radiator, HEI ignition. All the good stuff. Headers with stainless steel exhaust. C4 Corvette power disc brakes. See the red painted calipers there. Those chrome Z06 wheels. Reserve just came off. Yeah, that's not a kit car either. That's a Corvette. You know, you see some of these reproductions and some of these wild powertrains, but
Sold $80,000. Sold $80,000.
How much work do they have to do, Bill, in your estimation, to make that 54 Corvette handle that big block power plant?
That weight distribution has got to be goofy. Yeah, you're right. Because that's not an all-aluminum 454, so that's a pretty weighty engine.
Sure.
But
does it say anything about a chassis mod in the consignment sheet? Because you'd think that they would have to do that.
There would have to be some reinforcement, you know, with the motor mounts and the cross members. Yeah,
they do have heavy-duty suspension parts, which you would expect, but it's got to go beyond that.
The chassis had to be beefed up in some fashion.
Right. Okay, moving on. Here is a 67 Chevy SS427. Had one of these yesterday.
Yes, we did, and that was a fixed roof. This is the convertible. So this one is going to come through at a premium, I will tell you. The SS427, remember now, this is separate from getting a Chevy Impala and having a 427 in it, which you could do. This was a specific model. Only 2,124 of these came through. Some of them with the 385 horse like this one. Some with the 425 horsepower L72. This with the automatic, the turbo 400 and 336 gears, and the 12-bolt rear end. And you can tell the SS427 by the hood. If that's the hood that the car came with, that's an immediate tip-off. It's one of those SS427s.
Very surprising. The top is not down. Did you see that gorgeous gold interior as it rolled by? Oh, what a combo.
Yeah, that'll get your attention.
Yes, sir.
And we're getting a look at it right there, courtesy of our jib operator. Wow. Oh, man, is that cool.
That's almost like gold leaf over vinyl or something. That's beautiful.
88.
Special car.
89, or you just want to get
Things keep going the way they're going. We could get to 6 figures, but the reserve is off in the high 80s.
Love the graphic on the side there, too. The fenders and the rear quarters. Taking a page out of the Judge graphics book there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Very cool, accentuating those body lines.
Sold 90,000. Sold 90,000.
How about that? 90 grand. Got close to 6 figures,
Almost,
Bill.
yeah.
We're going to take a break. Much more still to come in the second half of our program. Stay with us.
We are back here in Kissimmee, Florida, and if you haven't been knocked out by the cars that you've already seen, well, as the saying goes, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am about to hyperventilate because of this 1969 Camaro Z28. Why, Bill? Why they cry? This is the cross ram car. 302, small block, solid lifter engine with 2 Holley 4-barrel carburetors. Right up there, you see, with the cross ram intake manifold as they were designed. Those did not come from the factory. That was an add-on after the car was delivered. It's got the M22 4-speed manual, all the 69Zs at 4 speeds. The automatic didn't come in until 1970. This has 373 gears. Rosewood dash steering wheel. Oh my. Got the original 8,000 RPM tachometer. The only thing that this doesn't have would be the JL8 4-wheel disc brake package, but I don't care. Go ahead.
I was about to say, you're handling this pretty well for hyperventilating.
It's taking every ounce of strength.
No, you're right. That JL8 package, oh my goodness.
I know, that would have been the icing on the cake. JL8 you can get on any Camaro in 69, any V8 Camaro, but the Z28 made it famous.
Try to find a set now.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are expensive, if you can find them.
If you can find them.
110 is the bid. And even as I say that, we add another 2,500 to it.
Frost green, black interior.
120.
Stainless exhaust. They do have Doug's headers on their exhaust headers, but if you want to go back to original exhaust manifolds, not a big deal.
You know, that I'm glad you mentioned that frost green. That is a color that we do not often see on a 69 Camaro.
No, I'm trying to think of the most common, maybe Hugger Orange, or maybe one of the blues.
Yeah, blue, or certainly black.
Black. Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. Big time car, 6 figures all the way today. Well, it's time to take a quick deviation from the block for today's edition of our Stay Built Performance Tip. And for that, as always, we check in with Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, well, what unites us as car people, no matter what kind of car you're into, well, it is our mutual hatred of rust. No one likes rust, especially Stable. And that's where they come in with their Rust Stopper. Use this to stop existing rust in its tracks and to prevent new rust from forming. And man, one car that I don't see a speck of rust on right now is this 70 Chevelle with the 454. And yes, once again, that is the LS6. Just when you thought all the amazing cars were coming next weekend, well, I think this is the third LS6 that we've had today. Unbelievable restoration, clean as a whistle. Black cherry exterior with white rally stripes over saddle interior. The Muncie M22 4-speed transmission. That is the Rock Crusher. Cowl induction hood. Oh my God, SS wheels. I could go on and on about this car, but you know what? I'll let you guys take it once it crosses the block because it's going to get a lot of attention. Gorgeous car out here in the 303 staging lanes. And thanks again to Stable. Scott.
Fair enough, Chris. Thank you very much. That is our Stable Performance Tip today. And certainly glad to have Stable with us as a long-term partner and sponsor. Hey, check this out. You want to talk about big cubes in this Tri-5 Chevy, Bill Stevens? Here you go, brother.
It's power in a box, as I like to say. It's a crate motor, the 502 cubic inch GM Performance Crate V8, 502 horsepower, 1 horsepower per cubic inch. Like the 1957 fuel-injected Corvette. I don't know, that's kind of a weird reference, but it just popped into my head.
That's okay.
Okay.
I know stuff pops in there all the time.
You noticed.
Yes.
Well, this one's got an automatic. I'm guessing it's a turbo in there. Maybe a turbo 400. And did we sell that car?
I think that did not sell.
Bid went on. Okay.
50,000 was the high bid, yes. Sorry, I was keeping track of the things popping into your mind there for a minute. 80,000 is bid on this Camaro 1969 custom treatment.
Like this. Now, Scott, you know my disdain for black wheels.
Yes.
What do I always say?
You always say it needs a little bit of splash on the edge.
Yes. Look at this wheel. It's a black wheel, but that rim, beautiful polished rim. Man, does that set it off or what? Big build here. This debuted at the Kansas City Good Guys show not long ago. Was at the SEMA show as well in the Goodyear booth. 454 crate, 496 cubic inches, 515 horsepower. A lot of upgraded parts inside, like the cam, pistons, and rods, lifters, and springs. Big 850 CFM carburetor up top. And the rest of the car, oh, that viciously applied black paint all around, riding on those wheels. Tremec 5-speed, by the way, completes the powertrain. Those wheels are from Billet Specialties. Some dechroming done as well. Really a very smooth operation getting that paint job to look that way.
Yeah, just about the only bright work is on those wheels.
The rims, yeah. Smoothie.
That's pretty cool, and to the tune of 85 grand.
Well, again, you can spend a whole lot more to build it yourself or buy it already done and put the rest of that money in your pocket.
Next on the auction block, we're going to downshift quite a bit and investigate the details on a 1947 Chrysler Town and Country sedan.
For a while, I'm saying maybe 20 years ago or so, the market on these cars were white hot. We were seeing restored Town and Countries going into six figures. And things have calmed down a little bit, but if you're going to spend a lot of money for one of these, this ain't a bad one right here. The Antique Automobile Club of America award winner is sitting before you right there. Classic Car Club of America also won the full Classic Award, and it's been on the cover of at least one magazine. 251 cubic inch inline six, column shifted 3-speed manual, but it's that woodwork, that beautiful woodwork all around that car. It really is unbelievable. Those Ford Sportsmen from basically the same time period, they kind of went through that same cycle of becoming very valuable, very attainable, but kind of coming back to the hobbyists now.
Speaking of the woodwork, while we're taking a look at it, that is white ash. They build baseball bats out of that.
Yeah.
And Honduras mahogany. But did you see also the interior? The seats, blue.
Blue and plaid,
Blue
yes.
and plaid. Oh, my goodness. That was incredible.
Special car. Hilrick and Bradsby baseball bats.
Yes.
You ever play baseball?
Oh, all the time.
Attaboy.
Yes, indeed, man. 1956, Mercury Montclair.
Wow, while we were playing baseball, the reserve came off on this. Look at this. Look at the detail. Look at the finish work. You know, these cars are not big blue chip, six-figure, high-end collectible cars. And somebody invested a lot of money into this restoration, and it shows. It's got a 427 in it, supercharged. Oh, wait a minute. No, it doesn't. Wrong engine. Stand by. Scared myself. It's got a Y block in it.
It's a 312.
312, yeah. That's that Y block. Originally, this car from Southern California. You saw the detailing on it. Knew everything practically. Exhaust, gas tanks, got power steering and brakes. That color's Grove Green. Oh, my. Can you imagine? Look at that two-tone paint, the green with the white. Boy, that's just as striking as anything that General Motors was building back in 1956. No question.
Oh, man, a little cheaper. So we're 82.5 has bid now. 85, sir. 85. 86.
82,000.
Yeah. It's all about those memories.
Quick Hillary and
I
Bradsby
just bought
story.
my high school car back 2 years ago.
My dad was my baseball coach for a few years when I was in Little League, right?
Yeah.
And one of the little trophies he gave everybody at the end of the year, these tiny, like 18-inch long, actual Hillary and Bradsby replica bats. Super cool, and I still have one.
You still have it. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, that was fantastic. 86,000, by the way.
Yeah.
For that 56 Montclair convertible. What a piece of work.
Oh, man, I played baseball, and my dad gave me a trophy of a 56 Mercury Montclair. And I still have that.
Oh, good on you.
Oh, man.
Okay. Big car here. Terrific. 1968 custom treatment on a GTX.
Oh, sit on that shot for just a second. Oh, my, the craftsmanship that went into just the engine room. Never mind the rest of the car. That was a 392 cubic inch Hemi. 392 Hemis, that is a displacement that is so historically significant for any Mopar lover. Going way back to the 1950s, those cars became the foundation for so many drag racers. Rebuilt 727 Torque Flight. They've got that Gear Vendors electric overdrive in this car as well. Soft leather, stitched upholstery. Got $75,000 in receipts to build the interior.
What?
You heard it. Base coat, clear coat paint and silver. That engine that you just saw, yeah, that's not only just a 392, but it's had some performance upgrades, headers, stainless steel exhaust. Underneath, suspension's been all triangulated with sway bars front and rear. Oh, guys, you just scored again. They bought another vehicle earlier,
Thank you, buddy.
and I'm trying to recall what it is, but they're having a heck of a day.
I think they bought that custom split window coupe, didn't they? Maybe, I can't remember, but maybe they bought a convertible Corvette. Anyway, they've been
C1 convertible.
Oh, right, okay.
With the Lamborghini paint coat on it.
There you go.
That was theirs.
That's right.
Yes, Wilfredo, Antonio, Trinidad, De La Vega, El Camino, Telemundo, Newton John just reminded me that was the car that sold it.
I thought it was Tyler Moore now.
He keeps changing.
Oh.
It's tax season. Right. He's doing something.
Okay, it is. Here's a K5 Blazer that has really been done nicely.
Oh, this market. I mean, what comes after White Hot?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because these trucks right now are just on everybody's radar screen. This one, 350 in it with 400 horsepower. That's a blueprint engine, and we talked about that, Scott.
Yeah.
What those people are doing.
Kearney, Nebraska.
Yep. Holly Sniper fuel injection, automatic, high stall speed converter in there. Retro style interior, AC, and a soft top. Some of these have a removable hard top and no soft top. This one has a canvas top.
And the reserve comes off.
It's mine down to the reserves off now at 63, 65,000.
Air conditioning as well on this soft top Blazer. That's a
yeah, you want that, especially in Florida.
have it, sure.
So $63,000, Mitch.
There you go. $63,000 will do the trick. Very cool. Okay. 1970 Chevelle LS6.
We always go ape over these cars. They had the highest factory rated horsepower of anything coming out in 1970, the 450 horsepower LS6. Solid lifter, those big port heads, high-rise intake, big Holley 4-barrel on top. Oh boy, and this has got it all, including the M22 Muncie Rock Crusher 4-speed manual. How far from Muncie are we when we're in Indianapolis?
Oh, from the state fairgrounds, maybe an hour.
I may go out there next time.
A little bit.
I'd like to go to the factory.
Okay.
See what they're doing.
Yeah, let's go.
Anyway, this car right here speaks for itself. I don't have to give you any more of a description. It's got all the right parts and pieces. You see the color, the classic white with the red interior, correct wheels, raised white letter tires, and yeah.
Well, In terms of parts and pieces, yes, Bill, but in terms of documentation of those parts and pieces, this car has it as well, with the original warranty card, a build sheet, the protective plate,
That's what
et
buyers
cetera.
want.
That's what you want. That's what you need, especially when you go flaunting an LS6 around town.
And how long will it be before we see another LS6 as nice as that one?
You know, I don't know.
Sounded like Abby Schmidt. Right there. A little auctioneering.
How about right now?
Yeah, right now. You don't like white? We got black cherry for you.
Cool.
And here it is. Chris gave us a look at this car a little while ago. Yep. At the risk of being redundant, we've got 450 horse. We've got a monthly 4-speed. We've got a 12-bolt positive traction rear end. They've replaced a few maintenance items in this car, or things that just needed to be replaced. Firestone wide oval tires. Those are the tires these cars came with from the factory, and you could vaporize those in a couple of hard launches. Not the kind of tire technology we have today. Tinted glass, cowl induction hood, AM/FM radio, and that black cherry. That is stunning.
So 125 going to be the high bid on that LS6. And rolling into the center of the block now is a 1973 International Scout 2.
Yeah, this was built by the shop out there in Cave Spring, Georgia. Cave Spring Customs. It's a 5-liter Mustang Coyote with Ford Motorsports goodies. And there you see how clean, immaculate that engine room is. See that induction system up top. And those Ford Performance valve covers. And just a real simple but effective treatment underneath there. Lots of extra parts went into the build on this, and we'll move to the interior. See that black interior with the shifter, transmission shifter. It's a quick 6 transmission, 6R80 out of a 2017 F-150 and an International Scout 2. Cavalry blue from Toyota on the outside. Yeah, they had to probably do a little scouting around, no pun intended, to find a lot of the parts to do this build. But they were successful in getting what they needed. Front brakes are power discs, touchscreen radio, a lot of customization there.
You know, that Scout name is coming back. They've got an all-electric version. The Volkswagen guys are handling
Yeah, International is not in the picture, but
no,
yeah.
the Scout nameplate. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
100,000 tall. 100,000 tall. 100,000 tall. I'll let you back in for 97,000.
Kind of knocking on the door of 6 figures here.
95's on the internet. I'll
You.
let you back in for $97,000.
You can buy that Ferrari. He's going to say it.
Give $97,000.
Well, you know, with so many Broncos and Blazers, all of the other
He said
off-road
yes.
treatments we see, it'd be a little
You
bit
have
different
to.
if you go after one of these.
Exactly.
You know?
Sure, I'm with you.
Real high-end build, too. Nothing was Mickey Mouse.
Roll Tide.
He said from Kissimmee.
Yes.
95, 97. High to the back of the diamond to get on. Just give 97. 95, 97.
We're closer to Disney World here than we would be to Muncie in India.
A long way.
Thank you.
95,000. That's your hammer on that 1973 Scout 2. Very nice. Back with more on our live adventure in Kissimmee here on ESPN Plus coming up in a moment.
Oh, the Bachmann Ferrari collection. This absolute pinnacle of collectability, and all of the cars in the collection are going at no reserve next Saturday. It is going to be absolutely amazing, and one of those cars going across is actually one that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with. This is the 2007 Ferrari 612 Sessenta. And Phil was so juiced in with the Ferrari people that he was actually able to get a one of one. And why is it one of one? Well, it's this color combination that makes it one of one. They actually produced 60. Sessenta is actually Italian for 60, hence the name. But Phil said, I want to make mine special, and so they gave him this color combination. Now, Scadoni is the luggage manufacturer for Ferrari, and as you can see, this car comes with its matching luggage set. However, it was not ordered from the factory by the Bachmans. It was actually a gift from Scadoni to the Bachmans. And check this out, one more custom touch on this car. If you look at the center console, there is an emblem there of Phil's XXX that was done in yellow to commemorate his FXX, which is the only one that left the factory in yellow. Rutledge, this is an unbelievable car, and once again, going across the auction block at no reserve, and I know you got your eye on another one.
Chris, Phil Bachman loved yellow. That's why you'll see so many of these Ferraris that are going again for no reserve in yellow. This one, a beautiful color. This is a 2004 Ferrari 360 Challenge Stradale. And when you look at this car and you see the options, the way that red was used as its accent, not only in the headlights, which is really special, we saw the stripe kit, but also even when you look on side, the vents, the door handles, when you look inside of those Daytona style seats, with the red and yellow leather there, just everything about this car really pops. And again, it's got that same matching set of luggage to the car that, how do you pronounce it?
Scadone. Scadone.
I need to have a meatball to remember this, but just so many cool things about this collection. Phil Bachman, so much style, guys. You can really tell what made his collection so special, the fact that so many people are here in this huge space, Chris, to get to see it. I mean, it's truly an event to come and witness all these cars in one spot.
Prego, Rutledge, prego.
Guys, take it away.
Do you want to know what I think is the most remarkable factoid about Phil and Martha Bachman?
Yeah, yeah.
If they wanted something from Ferrari, they got their calls returned.
Exactly.
How many people can say that?
They knew they had a gate key in the back door at Maranello.
They did.
We're going to dive into that collection in much more detail as we get into next week. Our friend Steve Matchett will be here with us next week, and a guy who used to work for Ferrari. He knows a thing or two about those cars.
Yeah.
So we'll have him as part of the commentary team as well. Thank you, guys. Grazie, Rutledge and Chris. $54,000 on a 70 Chevelle Super Sport here, Bill.
Yeah, not an LS6, not an L78. It's the L34. That's the 350 horsepower, 396. 3-speed turbo, hydromatic in there, and the color's desert sand. Sweet, with the exterior black stripes and a black vinyl top. Matching saddle interior, too. This has had vintage air added to it, not factory air. Tinted glass, power steering, and a 12-bolt rear end with 331 gears. And the F41 performance suspension. Very popular options and upgrades on the Chevelle. And let's see how high the bidding goes. This is not going to be an inexpensive automobile.
$61 is the bid. 60. No, I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
I'd rather get
63. Little growth spurt there.
A little bit.
What are we at on it? 64. 62. Man, I'm telling you, give me 62 and go to reserve on it.
You got any more cars this week?
Yeah, man, I got 5 more cars running.
When are they running?
I got 2 tomorrow, 2 Thursday, and 1 Friday, bro.
Okay. We're going to sell them, right?
That's Jesse Cobb with the consignor there.
That's a pretty good lesson to show you how deals happen here if you got more than one car consigned. They start working the numbers. Yeah. They know how this works.
And they got her done here, 64 grand for that Chevelle. All right, you are not going to believe the next car. It's a 96 Impala Super Sport, Bill, with, are you ready for this? You're a drummer. Give me a drum roll. 81 miles.
Yeah.
81 miles. How do you keep this car at 81 miles?
Well, we've said that before. You buy two and drive one, and then you keep this one parked. That might be what happened, but in the meantime, yes, these cars, these are pretty cool cars. 5.7-liter V8, not overly imbued with horsepower, but that's okay. That's not really what they were built for. Just kind of an upgrade on a regular Impala. It gives it a little bit more style, a little bit more profile. So it's got that 5.7 LT1 4-speed automatic. Black outside. They also made that ruby colored paint on these as well.
Right,
you know, they had that choice.
Yep.
And it's been well taken care of, but there really wasn't a whole lot to take care of with only 81 miles. Couldn't do anything.
Yes, look at that. $77,000, money that you never see on a 96. It's a 30-year-old car.
Trading way above market right now.
Clint Hunter, our auctioneer, normally he's down on the floor with the consigners, but he's jumped up into the booth.
Yep.
Now 9, you're out. 78, 79.
Now, 300 horsepower is not going to really scare anybody, but it'll get up pretty good for a full-size car.
Yeah, and in 96, 300 horse is okay. It's reasonable anyway.
Right, and if you want more, you get a 96 Corvette Grand Sport, you get 330. So don't feel as if your choices are limited.
Right.
78 at 78 grand.
What's that? No, I got 78, and that's where we're at. 4 grand. So 74. I'll net you 76 grand.
Is that like walking?
Yeah.
What, a 74 you said? 76?
No, you're going to net 76.
76?
Yeah, that's your check. 76,000.
It's better than 5%.
Yes.
Okay.
Done?
Okay. Everybody's happy there.
78, 79.
Well, it's hard to comp this car. You just don't see them with this few miles on them. But if everybody's happy, it's a good deal.
Now bring
Sure
pick
thing.
196 and 1958 Pontiac Bonneville.
And there's your new owner.
AACA Senior
78
National
grand.
First Prize winner.
All right, we talked a little bit yesterday about how significant a year was for so many manufacturers, 1958. And here, Bill, is Pontiac Bonneville.
Yeah, Scott, especially at General Motors, 1958, a whole new styling concept came in from Harley Earl, who was just finishing up his reign at General Motors, and there was more chrome, more headlights, more of everything. Meanwhile, Bunky Knudsen at Pontiac, he had already been in there for a few years, and his job was to give the Pontiac a much more performance-oriented image. He did it in 57 with the Bonneville. That was the debut year with fuel injection. And now in 58, they went to 2 4-barrel carburetors, or rather tri-power, and that even upped their image even more, along with, well, you're looking at the styling right now with all the chrome and the aircraft influences from Harley Earl. What a fabulous car, 370 cubic inch V8. This one, an Antique Automobile Club of America Senior National First Prize winner a while back. No reserve. Yeah, the 57 was a convertible only in the Bonneville. Then in 58, you get the coupe like this. And boy, did that change the fortunes of Pontiac. And remember, 1958, the country was going through a recession, not really a great time to be building high-end cars and asking people for a little bit more money, but General Motors was like, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead.
Yes. Hey, we've cracked 60,000 on this at no reserve, and we're actually going to get a little bit of a lesson in the Bonneville and see the difference between a hardtop here and a convertible. This one sells for $62,000. And at the risk of going Bonneville o'clock on you, the car right behind this is also from 1958. It's also a Pontiac Bonneville, but the convertible version this time around.
And how about this? 370 cubic inch V8, this one with the fuel injection, not the tri-power. Another senior national first prize winner at the AACA. And other than the drop top, not a whole big difference between this and that coupe except for that fuel injection. Perfectly restored interior. Look at the chrome on that dashboard, man. That looked like it was straight out of the Starship Enterprise, huh?
Beam me up.
Yeah.
And look at the difference in the two factors you pointed out, fuel injection and the convertible.
And the convertible. This one's selling at no reserve. The previous one had a reserve.
They're both no reserve.
Oh, no reserve, that's right. But the one before that is the one where they were doing a little horse trading down there.
Yes.
Now we're out. 92 asking 95. I appreciate it.
That was the Impala.
The Impala.
Okay, roughly almost $30,000 difference between the two Bonnevilles here. So very cool. Great look above.
Yeah, that's why we like the tops down on the convertibles.
Exactly. Okay, so let's move on to 1959 and this El Camino.
350, great motor, 330 horsepower. Look at that, huh? It's got a high-rise aluminum intake, big Holley 4-barrel carburetor that's been polished, fin valve covers, power glide automatic. So no upgrade there, 4-wheel powered disc brakes. Yeah, 1959, first year for the El Camino. And the Ford kind of ambushed Chevrolet with their Ranchero. That came out 1957.
$45,000 current bid here.
All things being equal, though, we see the value of the El Caminos kind of outpacing the Rancheros from this time period. Of course, this one is anything but original.
The Ranchero couldn't decide what it wanted to be. I mean, it was kept switching platforms throughout its life, and the Impala, or the El Camino, did not deviate.
Not until much later. You are absolutely right. The Ranchero went to a Falcon platform along the way. But the early cars, yeah, based on the full-size Ford.
52K here.
You see the aluminum radiators quite a bit. This one has it to help keep everything cool under the hood.
Well, 52 is going to be where we leave this Elky, and it'll go to the bid goes on desk. And while it is preparing to leave, we get to feast our eyes on a 69 Roadrunner with a 383 under that hood.
Second year for the Roadrunner, 335 horse, 383. And it's a matching numbers drivetrain. 4-speed, yep, it's got it. 8 3/4 inch rear end, check. Air grabber hood, the N96, yep, on duty, Sunfire yellow. And an upgraded interior, there you see it.
Well, there's a reason 1969 Motor Trend voted the Roadrunner Car of the Year. And ironically, in its second year, I guess maybe they didn't give it quite enough consideration in 68, but by 69, it won that achievement. And looking so good in this color combo with that black vinyl top, great restoration here, Magnum 500 wheels. Bill, this one's a winner in my book.
Yeah, it's very difficult to win that car of the year in your first year, especially when you're going up against the GTO, which won it that year. But yeah, They got their honors in 1969, and rightly so. Boy, this was a car that really shifted the power on the street in the United States when this lightweight Plymouth came through with stout powertrains, including a Hemi. And in 69, the 440 6-barrel setup was also available. So they had a lot of firepower.
The younger, more affordable sibling of the GTX, which was kind of known as the gentleman's muscle car. Base engine in that one was the 440. Could also get the Hemi and the GTX. And then come 1970, Bill, a complete body style change.
Yeah, a whole new generation. And, you know, I had friends that had those GTXs, and Chris, I'm going to tell you, none of them were gentlemen. Not a one.
Well, that's just the company you keep, man.
Well, maybe. We were street rats. That's what you found.
Everything's relative.
Oh, some of the terrific heavy metal that we have seen here on this Saturday, the first Saturday at Mecum Kissimmee 2026. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth, just off the red carpet. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, our entire crew here in Central Florida as we hit 4 o'clock here on the East Coast and 1 p.m. out west. We have a couple hours left with you, and we'll kick off this brand new hour with a 1972 Nova here on the block, guys. And the power plant of choice here is interesting, Bill.
A 402, better known as a 396. 1970, they went from a 396 to a 402 in terms of the accurate displacement, but in the world of General Motors, they didn't want to abandon that 396 nomenclature because it becomes so important to them. Anyway, that's the engine in this, a 402 with a cam and an intake and a carburetor and header. So it's been hopped up. And did it just sell?
I think $48,000 was the hammer price.
Yeah, nice. Cool little street machine. Yes,
we're rolling on. Part of our 6 hours with you today here on ESPN Plus. And much more coming up next week. 1954 Austin Healey, 104 in the meantime.
Yeah, easy to spot these 100 series cars. This is the 100/4 with that cut down windshield. So these cars pretty much were as famous for their street performance as their race performance. Club level racing really spawned a whole population of these cars. You see there's no front bumper in the front. They cut the weight. You see the louvered hood. It's got the 2.6 liter inline 4. And cars like this are still eligible to race in some of the classic sports car races like the Le Mans Classic, the Mille Miglia, Goodwood, things like that. But, you know, back in the 1950s, these particular cars were very popular in small bore sports car racing. Quick, well-handling cars. This has got the 3-speed manual gearbox with a Laycock to Normanville overdrive in it. Makes it a little more rare. And they converted it to 12 volts, and the bid goes on.
Yes, 52,000. All right, here is a big block equipped 1970 Corvette.
Yowza. Yep. This has got the 390 horse 454. It's the hydraulic lifter engine, 4-speed Muncie. The 1-year-only paint job. That's Laguna Gray. Of course, T-tops like all of the Corvettes had in this time period if you didn't opt for the convertible. And leather interior, factory air, power window steering, and disc brakes. Nice. See that leather interior. You always see the leather in a Corvette. You can tell right away it's got that really plush, soft surface look to it.
What a phenomenal exterior color. And Bill, let me ask you a question about the 454. So in 1970, the Corvette would have gotten the LS5 version. Is that correct? That's what this is.
Yes, sir.
So what was the thinking there that they only kept it for the Chevelle? I mean, did Zora back then want the LS6 in the Corvette, or what changed between 70 and 71?
Good question. In 1970, Zora wanted the LS7, the 460 horsepower 454. They even advertised it. They had I have magazines with the ad. They never put them into production. So that was kind of a heartbreaker for Corvette people. But yes, the LS5 is what wound up in a lot of the 1970 cars, the 390 horse engine.
And therefore the LS6 just got lost in the shuffle between the LS5 and the LS7.
That's right, 1 year only, 1971.
Oh, Bitter at the 11th hour, catching everybody by surprise up closer to the grandstand here.
Yeah, buzzer beater.
62,063.
Boy, that's a kissing cousin to Steel City's gray too, that Laguna gray.
It really is.
Yeah.
How good, now I'm not saying this car does not look good, but how good would that car look with a red interior?
Ooh.
I have you at 65. No.
Great.
Yeah.
Good call there, Scott. That would be an amazing color combination.
65.
Like we had a C1 Corvette come through in Dallas, or actually Fort Worth this past year. That was that exact color combination. It was a custom.
How great does that Corvette look with my name on the title?
In any color.
In any color. Give me any color.
I've got 65 in 2 places.
Yeah, right here. With me.
First year for the 454 Corvette. 427 put out to pasture. And 1969, that was the last year for the L88, so that 427 left a mark.
$65,000 on JK Day here today in Kissimmee. John would approve of that car, no doubt about it. And he would also very likely approve of this 87 K1500 pickup truck.
Riding high. 6-liter Vortec Max V8 engine with a 4L80E electronic automatic with overdrive. It's 4-wheel drive as well, as we all know once we see that K. Dana 60 front axle. Lots of upgrades underneath. The hubs, the brakes, suspension, even bearings, things like that. Everything's been strengthened or refreshed underneath that platform. Power windows, power locks, tilt steering column. Got odometer gauges inside too. And the reserve has been lifted.
Kind of like that truck has been lifted.
Yes.
45 grand, just bought it. Yep. I'd say that is a pretty well bought truck. That's a lot of pickup truck for 45 grand.
You bet.
Sharp. All right, Bill, take us through the deets on a 2020 GT500 with only 23 the man. Brand new.
Well, let's break it down. Yes, 23 miles on a 2020 Shelby GT500. The car that rocked the planet back then. 760 horsepower. Out of that, absolutely incredible supercharged 5.2-liter Predator V8 engine. Tremec 7-speed dual clutch automatic transmission. Yeah, the standard, the traditional 3-pedal manual not available. Launch control with line lock, Magna-Ride damping system as well. By now, you know, this car is 6 years old now, so the details and the familiarity on these GT500s pretty well known by now. Race red, that's called, with the white Shelby stripes.
Well, a lot of money, but not enough.
No,
a lot of money.
130 probably would have been close to the MSRP, but they had dealer markup on these cars. Very difficult to get. So that's probably what the consignor's thinking, because this is essentially a new 2020 GT500.
Right. Well, before Porsche decided to start numbering their vehicles with generation numbers, 964, 993, 996, etc., there was the G Series that ran up until 1989, and this is one of those. From 88, it's a Carrera Coupe coupe, and a six-figure bid already, Chris.
Yeah, G-Series, Classic, however you want to call those original 911s. This one checks a lot of boxes. Scott, first of all, original Guards red paint with the color-matched Fuchs. It's got the whale tail, of course, which was an option, sunroof option as well. Looks like the only modification made on the interior is that steering wheel. That is aftermarket. This is an 88, so it'd be that G50 transmission, which was the hydraulic transmission that replaced the 915. There's kind of two schools of thought on the 915 versus the G50, but the guys who have the G50s say they shift a lot more smoothly. Ironically, the turbo wouldn't get the G50 5-speed until the last year of the classic 911. Just a little kind of Porsche idiosyncrasy, I guess you'd call it. But yeah, great car here, Scott. And, I mean, that was a pretty good price for it, but obviously not enough.
Yep, not enough.
Hey, can we start calling them moonroofs again? What happened to that? Sunroof is, it's too industrial. I want, you know me, I'm a romantic. I have a blue light bulb in my refrigerator. So, let's call them moonroofs from now on.
Okay. I'll run that by the committee and see what they say.
No, don't do that. Just do it.
I'll get on board with you on that one, Bill.
Oh, thanks, buddy boy.
Okay. Here's another Porsche. It's a 911 Carrera S, this time much newer, 2006.
Yeah, it's nice to see the 3 pedals there. You caught a glimpse of the manual transmission. I believe in 2006 that was a 6-speed. Is that correct, Bill, on the consignment sheet?
You are correctamundo.
Yes.
6-speed manual.
Yeah, good-looking car. This would be the 991 iteration of the 911, and this one is an S, which hops up that performance a little bit.
I think we're still in the 997 gen here.
Oh, you know what? You are correct. It is a 997. My apologies to the Porsche cognoscenti, including my good friend Scott Hoke.
No worries. All good. 70 grand.
71. 71. You have one. 71.
So this 997 would be the second generation of the water-cooled 911s, coming on the heels of the 996s.
You raise your bid to $75,000.
So close.
Yes, and I was going to say we're in the ballpark here on that car.
Surprising it didn't hammer at that price.
Yeah,
but
me too.
It's the consignor's prerogative.
Sticking in his heels.
Well, one of the cool features this year here at Mecum Kissimmee, that guy, our own Matt Avery, who hosts the Mecum in the Morning podcast and also does a lot of our social media content, Mecum.com, Instagram, Facebook. Matt is actually giving guided tours of the entire venue all week long and in the next week as well. And guys, they're almost sold out.
Yeah.
And a couple dozen folks taking advantage of that right there. And Matt does a terrific job of giving the folks an inside, kind of a behind-the-scenes look at what's going on here.
People really curious about some of the inner workings of what we do. That's a great way to find out. By the way, we were all shocked that 911 didn't sell.
Yes.
It sold.
It sold during the break,
Yes.
yeah. $75,000 for that 2006 911, yes. All happy to see that.
Yep.
Let's go now with the first of 27 consecutive cars at no reserve, and these are all from one of our 45 collections here, the Jim Nagel collection, and we begin with a 1929 Model A.
And not a particularly expensive car, despite the fact that this looks like it's had a full tilt restoration. 29 Model A Phaeton with the inline 4-cylinder engine, which, you know, you could write a whole book on that engine if you wanted to. Manual transmission, as they all had, and it sells.
Yeah, $18,000. The year after, 1930, here's another Model A. A little bit different configuration here with the Roadster setup.
Yes, indeed, and this probably is going to trade for a little bit more than the Phaeton did. And of course, in 1930, we were all awaiting for the first flathead V8 from Ford in 1932 as the Model A was put to rest. And again, this has got the 4-cylinder with a manual. Yellow on the outside, brown pleated bench seat. Also has a jump seat, or we would call a rumble seat. There it is right there. Got the cowl lights and the double mounted spares and a few other extras on this car.
And Bill, what a cool thing that you could own a piece of history like this for such a great number. I mean, it really, I met a cute couple at the airport who was telling me they were coming down here, they're keeping an eye out, Model A's are on their list, and I see why. I mean, it's a lot of car for the money.
Yeah, and when you go back to that time period, the entire automobile industry was still in its infancy, really, although it had been around for at least 30, 35, 40 years. But these cars right here, when they say that Ford helped to put America on wheels, this is an example of it right here.
There you go. 30 grand, as you mentioned, and more than the Phaeton before it, as you predicted.
And Scott, that was a special young man named Henry that I met in the elevator. He and his dad, Kevin, come down yearly to this. This is their like father-son trip. They always love coming down here. And I told him, oh, you got to come see me if you find us at the auction. He was waving. Dana saw him and had to go tell the young man, hey, we're glad you're here. It's not a great place to wave at friends.
What did he do? He bid like $1 million on the car.
But that was him doing the gavel just then. How cool is that?
Very nice. Hey, here is a 1931 Chevy Independence Roadster.
Yeah, don't forget Chevy was building cars too. 1931, this is a year after the car that we just saw, and Chevrolet kind of took some of the, shall we say, ingredients from the Model A and figured they could improve them and upgrade them. For instance, not a 4-cylinder, but a 6-cylinder in this car with a manual transmission as well. And these cars right here, once again, going head-to-head with Ford, and Ford had had such a head start with the Model T that Chevy had some work to do to try to catch up with Ford in terms of just overall sales.
All right, all these selling at no reserve. This one might bring a little bit more than standard. It is a 1932 Chrysler CP Series 8.
Yeah, Walter P. Chrysler jumped into the fray as the Big Three was becoming the Big Three back in the early 1930s. Remember now, we're in the middle of the Great Depression now too, so cars like this may have been a little tougher sell because obviously they were more expensive. This has the 8-cylinder engine, a straight 8 and a manual transmission. Can't gripe about that color scheme, that cream with the green, a brown interior, and just a sensational restoration.
No reserve, 45,000. I think, guys, I think that is the earliest iteration of grabber green that we have seen, don't you?
It is very similar to a grabber green, grabber turquoise, call it what you want. How about, and look at the orange wire wheels with the green. Kind of almost semi-circus wagonish.
65 is big. 70. $70,000. $75,000 internet. 70 big. 75. $80,000. $80,000. Hey, you want to get paid? Hey, at $80,000. At $80,000. Hey, you want to get paid? Hey. Now 85 internet. 80's big. 85. 80 bid. You want to give 85. 90.
80,000.
Yeah.
90 bid. You want to get 90. You want to give 85. 90. Yes or no, sir? 90.
Internet with the high bid at 85. Well, they had the high bid.
At 95,000, you want to get 5 bid. Last call. 95,000. Internet, you want to give 92,500. 92,500. 92,500. 92,500. I'm back here at 90, right? I got you at $90,000. Oh. 87.5. So sorry. 90 to you, internet. 90.
Okay, a little course correction here.
87.590.
Yep.
Once, twice,
90, or rather 87.5. And that will be enough. Wow, beauty there, 87,500. All right, so we'll move from the Chrysler to this 1932 Willis Overland Model 6, 97.
Yeah, this is another one of those manufacturers that tried to make it through the Great Depression, but things changed for almost every manufacturer during that time period. So this is the Model 697. It has the inline six-cylinder engine with a manual transmission, bright green, as you can see, black and red accents.
Guys, I love this car in so many different ways. You know, it's got that very unique rear stoplight that spells stop on it, but those wood light teardrop headlamps that this car has on it, Bill, are just so style forward.
Oh my.
And when you match that with the color combo of this, you see what they were really trying to do here and stand out in a crowd that was already just so over the top with what they were doing in ornate wise. But those headlights.
I know, and you see those on more expensive cars too. Yeah, they really stand out. Look at the wood treatment on the running boards there. It's got cowl lamps on the front rumble seat. Beautiful soft top on that car, wind wings on the windshield, and even has auxiliary lights on the front there. And we're talking 1932.
And that Willis Overland, $40,000 now to the new owner. Well, whether you've got a Willis Overland or a McLaren or a Ferrari, whatever the case may be, you need a stash of 303 products to help take care of your vehicles and make them look their absolute best. They'll safeguard your cars from the absolute harshest elements that nature can throw at them and keep them looking brand new. They've been around for more than 40 years and have gone through all kinds of field testing. And 303 products will take care of your cars like nothing else. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. And we move next to a 1936 Chevy sedan convertible.
Yeah, let's take a look at what they were doing in 1936 as the Great Depression was beginning to cool down just a little bit. This has the inline six from Chevy and the manual transmission. Yeah, we weren't going to see automatic transmissions for a while. Trust me on that. Teal fenders with step plates. Match those fenders. Fisher body. Yeah, Fisher became a big player with General Motors for such a long time, constructing their bodies. And, of course, Fisher was also building bodies for other manufacturers before they became an in-house subsidiary of General Motors.
So that one hammers at $17,000 as we roll on with the Jim Nagle collection. As I mentioned earlier, 27 cars in this group, all at no reserve. And don't forget, once again, next Wednesday, a Mecum First. It's a no reserve Wednesday. Everything on the block will be no reserve. I guess the bid goes on, guys. Will be poolside all day.
Yeah. Get the day off with pay.
Okay, here's a 46 Dodge. You know, basically early post-war production, Bill.
Yes, our little history book of automobiles now turns to the post-war era. World War II, and now Detroit was actually able to build new cars, which they weren't able to do between 1941 and 1945. This has the Mopar inline six with a manual transmission, and that sells for only $22,000.
It's interesting, you mentioned the history lesson, and we turn the page post-World War II. This Jim Nagle collection has kind of been set up in numeric order. We're going through the decades. We began in 1929 with that Model A, and now we're up to 1948 with Chrysler Town and Country here.
That looks like a Buick to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. You are correct.
Yeah, I am correct. Okay.
I got to put my reading glasses on.
I know. I was rubbing my eyes.
The Town and Country. The Town and Country is the next car.
Okay. Well, let's just cover this 48 Buick Super, because this was a Super Buick back in 1948. It's got the inline eight-cylinder engine, and that was a powerful engine too in 1948. These cars were pretty fast. Manual transmission, and before you know it, automatics were beginning to make the scene back in the late 1940s.
So, $29,000,
and it sells.
Ryan.
Introducing lot K216, 1948.
29,000 is all.
With a
Yeah,
straight
that is a convertible. It looks like a Carson top, but it's not. That's a real convertible top on that vehicle.
Love that color combination.
Yeah, the soft yellow with the red and white inside.
Yep. Now, the Town and Country, also from 1948. And you've seen the fat fenders go away little by little in these cars, haven't you?
Oh yeah. Now we're going to the slab side deal, and the Mopars may be a little bit slower to get to what the other manufacturers are doing that design. But again, we're talking about General Motors and Harley Earl, who was always 2 steps ahead of everybody else. And, over at Ford, they had just a multiple styling department over there from a bunch of people that were trying to keep up with GM. This has got the straight 8, the manual transmission, 2-tone wood paneling. That's what these Town and Countries were all about.
And another one of these amazing Chryslers with the blue leather interior with the tartan inserts as well. Oh, back with more of this collection and even more than that coming up. Stay with us.
Hi, this is Bill Stevens along with Steve Matchett. We're standing next to a piece of sports car royalty, a 1966 Ford GT40 Mark II lightweight, one of only 3 on planet Earth. Alan Mann, a Brit, was the manager of the Shelby American team that won the World GT Championship in 1965 with the Shelby Cobras. Carroll Shelby moved from the Cobra operation over to the GT40 operation in 1966. Alan Mann said, there's probably some life left in these Mark I's. I think I'd like to make some improvements to them. So he took 2 of those cars, the Mark I's, and he made them lighter, and he played with the suspension a little bit and decided he'd go racing with them.
And one of the ground rules of trying to produce a better race car, all cars, doesn't matter what formula, whether it's Formula One or Le Mans racing, endurance racing, sprint racing, rally racing, all cars are too heavy. So you've got to make them lighter. Weight makes a slow car. They worked very hard on this car build to put a lot of composite materials around the car, an aluminum roof on it as well to lower the weight further. Not only does it make the car a lightweight chassis, but also taking away a lot of the weight on the top means that the center of gravity is closer to the track, and that improves the nimble handling of the car as well. So it's a twofold win. You combine that with more powerful engine, putting the 427 in the car. Again, more horsepower, lighter weight car. You're really going in the right direction.
Well, that car, Bill, you know it well. It's part of the Apex collection. We've seen Apex cars at Mecum auctions before, and that one has a very special place in the display house right next to the Bianco Speciale, and for good reason. It is an absolutely incredible car.
Incredible is an understatement. Some of the world's most foremost GT40 experts pretty much all agree it is the most original and untainted version of this lightweight GT40, and what a feather in the cap of Mecum Auctions to have this on their docket.
It's not the only GT40 in our lineup coming up next week, but it quite possibly could be the very best of the best. Just as we come back to the block here in the Silver Spurs Arena in Kissimmee, a 1965 Mustang convertible has gone from reserve to no reserve at $30,000, and it just sold right there.
Yep, little convertible, V8 convertible like that. The optional wire wheel hubcaps. And red with a black interior with a white top. Nice combo.
Here's a 1964 Corvette Monza convertible next up for us.
Yeah, here we go. 1964 Corvair Monza. This was that middle trim level we've talked about. You get the base Corvair, you get the Corsa. Of course, you get those turbocharged cars as well. This is not a turbo. The air-cooled flat 6, 4-speed manual, yellow on the outside, black interior. And the push-button radio, which, you know, back in the day wasn't an automatic. A lot of radios were optional. Cars did not come standard with radios. Wire wheel covers and white wall tires, and no reserve.
I remember as a little kid, my dad had our family had a red four-door Corvair, red black interior. Boy, did that get hot in the summertime.
Yeah, I bet.
But that was the family cruiser back in the day.
Economical, despite all of the controversy that surrounded these cars. Years later, we found that a lot of those concerns about how they handled, what have you, not as dire as a lot of people were led to believe.
You got that. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh, man. 19,000 just bought that Corvair.
Yeah, those will be in that price range probably for a long time to come. Always affordable. Yeah.
Here's another 65 Mustang.
Yeah, we had a few of these today. 200 horse, 289, 3-speed manual transmission, which would have been standard. And 3 body styles available in these first-generation Mustangs. You had that formal roof, you had the convertible, and of course, the fastback that came along the 65.
Yep.
This being the convertible. Yellow and black, very popular color scheme. You see a lot of that. You see the 3-speed on the floor. And again, not a real budget buster. Style steel wheels, nice addition with the white wall tires. Yeah, it's a looker.
26,000
Buy this, keep it like it is, no problem. But
$26,000.
You could dress it up a little bit.
You could. Maybe put a 4-speed in it, put a 4-barrel on it, things like that. Or leave it the way it is and buy a GT350R model, and you can drive that all the time.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. It's his fault.
And get a license plate that says, my little brother is a C-code Mustang.
You're right.
All right, I think 25 bought it. Very reasonable, as you mentioned. Not a bank breaker.
No.
We move on in the Jim Nagle collection to 1966 now with this Continental convertible.
Yeah, we'll start with the engine. That's the 462 cubic inch big block. That was only available for a few years. And then they went back to a 460. This one, of course, with an automatic. I don't have to tell you that. Pretty color, burgundy, not one that we see very often sprayed on one of these Lincoln Continentals in this generation that lasted the entire decade pretty much. Leather interior. And there you see the suicide doors, but as far as my people have told me, no one ever committed suicide from jumping out of one of these, but they still call them that. A lot of car. Big, heavy, commanding the road, and isolating the driver. When you're driving one of these cars with the windows up and you're out on the highway cruising along, you're like in a soundproof booth.
60 is the bid.
How about those fender guides? You see those? The front wheel well there? Give you an idea where the end of the car is. Because when you're sitting in this car, it's just one flat panel in front of you, so that helps you figure out, you know, where's that fender?
Exactly. 60,000 for the Continental. Also 1966, this little T-code Mustang here, Bill, and what does that tell us?
It's a straight 6.
Yeah.
Yep. With a manual transmission. And again, just like these other little first-gen Mustangs we're seeing, very well presented. I mean, the color schemes and even the wheel treatments. We've seen those wire wheel, those optional wire wheel hubcaps with the white wall tires. There you see 3 on the floor. With turquoise interior to match the outside and a white top. Now the last one, didn't that sell for 25, I think?
I think 25 or 6.
Yeah, so,
yes.
Yep. So history might be repeating itself right now.
27 pounds and on bid. $26 Chevy.
Well, really, the only difference is the V8 in the previous one as opposed to the 6 here. They
Same
were both
3
convertibles.
speed, yeah.
You're now 28 pound out of now 7, 800 are now done. Mike, 28, 9, 29, 29, 29, 28, 29, internet's in.
Maybe
28
somebody's
pounds, 49 pounds
thinking
and
that that little 6 is a little cooler.
Maybe. Did the last one have a luggage rack on it? Yeah,
So,
I don't think it did.
28 pounds and dollars internet.
I don't know. This one brings 28, and the previous one did not have a luggage rack. I don't know that that's worth $3K.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll get our best people on that.
Yeah, but it's all good. Okay, 1967 now. 250 SE convertible from Mercedes-Benz.
Premium car in its day, no doubt about that. Inline 6 for power with an automatic, and so much of the class and bearing of a Mercedes-Benz here in the 250 SE. Selling at no reserve. Interested to see where this goes, because these cars come in several different iterations. You got the 280 SE, and the market on some of these cars really has just exploded over the years. And this one, of course, a convertible, as you can see. Light silver paint. And a bunch of options. The Becker Mexico TRAM FM radio.
72, 72 pounds, 75,000, 73, 75.
A lot of presence at Benz. 1967. They did not change the exterior style of these cars very much as time went on either.
Yeah, you know, the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Not an ugly angle on the any way you look at it. Probably could use a little freshening up of that rear window, but other than that,
true.
Everything else lines right up.
Give 100, sir.
Give 100.
92 now to bid.
Yep, not unexpected. Telling you, this market really has shown a lot of life in recent memory, and I love those big, fat chrome wheel opening moldings, huh?
Yeah, I noticed those too.
Yeah, can't ignore them.
$100,000. Not quite big enough to call it a wide body, you know.
Right, no.
All kidding aside, though, 100,000. That is not a surprise whatsoever.
No, investment grade, older Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, now to the 1972 Olds Cutlass.
Yeah, this is a 350 cubic inch small block in there from the factory, the Rocket V8 with an automatic. Convertible tops, power operated. Inside, we're going to see the bench seat in white. Power brakes, push button radio, and some wood grain trim inside. And if you don't want to spring for a 442, 1972, this would be the NBT.
Next best thing.
Yep, indeed. Had a W31 version too, which had a little bit more performance, about 325 horsepower. But even at that, this is not a car that could be described as a slug with that Rocket V8. It'll make you happy.
Sold it for $28K here. And now we go to 1975 and the Oldsmobile Delta 88 Royale.
Olds power with a silky smooth GM automatic transmission. Nothing really complicated here. You see that engine looks pretty original, all that patina. Take a day and you could tidy that up if you wanted to. Another power operated convertible top, power windows, brakes, Delco AM FM radio, and you see the red interior contrasting with the light gray paint. Full wheel covers, white wall tires. The way a lot of people would have bought this Oldsmobile back in 1975.
13, 14, 13, 14, 15, 15 pound dollar, 14 negative 15, 14 pounds and gonna be 15 pounds and on a bed.
Always like the name they tagged on these Oldsmobiles back in the day. They always sounded so exciting and we're going places. We had the Delta and the Delta 88, and the Strato Cruiser and the Starfire. And we're going to the moon. Come on, everybody, jump in.
14 pounds ready, 15 pounds of dollars. Anybody else?
$14,000 back in 1975. Jumping into the moon, you'd need a little bit more horsepower to go to the moon. At 350, putting out about 170 horsepower in the Delta 88.
Yeah, by 1975, everything was being strangled by emissions and low compression and all that stuff.
Okay, we continue jumping up to 76, and this Cadillac Eldorado convertible.
Yeah, by the time these Eldorados were being turned out, they were front-wheel drive. 500 cubic inch engine with 190 horsepower.
Wow.
You know, that would take almost as much work as putting 500 horsepower in a 500. How are we going to make 190 with all these cubes? But they did it.
Yep.
Amber light, fire mist, metallic paint, white interior. You know, we talked about how that Tornado was a front-wheel drive car in 1966, and here we are 10 years later, and you know, the Cadillac had jumped over the bridge with front-wheel drive as well, and the Buick Riviera also switching over to front-wheel drive by this time.
All right, so this one hammers for $20,000, and that's our cue to step away here from Kissimmee. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee, an amazing car auction we're having here at the Osceola Heritage Park. And we've got the MyGarageLife.com stereo. We've got their stage right here behind us, the Real Garage Life. We've got Audio Exchange, we're just playing up there. They're from the local area here. I just got my picture made over here, strike a pose. You got to hold a gigantic gavel. We even have the barn that's loaded with amazing vehicles. But I want you to take a look down here as we look at this amazing setup that we see. You know, everywhere you look, there's something fun for everybody, especially if you go inside, check out the vendor alley where you see the Real Garage Life setup, where you can actually find out how to make your garage the dream garage you've always wanted. You can download their free app using their augmented reality. Check out a 2-post lift, maybe a 4-post lift, some special cabinets, countertops, whatever you're looking for, you can design it and create it in the app for the Real Garage Life that they've got free to download. And guys, you got to come out here this weekend, all next week. It's going to be amazing. And we're going to be doing our live preview show from here on Wednesday. Check out that picture that I just got to take. That gavel's a little bit heavier, Scott, than I would have guessed, but we can't wait to see everybody. We'll be out here again Wednesday live at 11 a.m. for our big preview show of all the amazing cars you're going to see next week, guys.
That was not photoshopped, right?
No.
That's legit.
That's a real deal. I'm glad I've been working out. That thing's heavy.
Honey, I shrunk Rutledge.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yes, it's all about perspective there. Thank you, Rut. Thank you, Real Garage Life, one of our newest sponsors of Mecum Auctions. Great to have them on board with us. And here is something you don't see often. It's a Chrysler LeBaron from 1986, convertible even, $5,000 here, Bill.
The K car that Lee Iacocca used to bring Chrysler back into financial health. Remember the K cars? You remember the minivans that were based on the same platform? Brought Chrysler back from the dead. And the engine in this, I got to tell you about the engine. 2.2 liter turbocharged 4-cylinder with 146 horsepower. Chrysler was nailing that engine in just about anything that moved, and they were pretty quick. I had a little Omni GLH with that engine, and then the GLH S and autocross with those cars. And
yeah,
they were killer.
You've talked about those before,
I mean to tell you, there's nothing to sneeze at here in these K cars with that turbo 2.2. And this one, I think, just sold.
Asking for a friend here. Yeah, it sold for $5,000. Could you stick a Hemi in there?
Oh,
would it fit?
It would fit, but as soon as you hit the gas, you know, your insurance rates would go up $1,000.
Yeah.
That would be a wild and insane way to drive.
Man, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Here's a 2002 Ford Thunderbird as the blue oval brought it back to life.
Yep, 5 years of Thunderbird here, and this is the 252 horsepower 3.9, which it shared actually with the Lincoln LS too. Automatic transmission, color scheme is yellow with a yellow and black inside, power operated top. Yeah, these cars, I tell you, there was a lot of anticipation when Ford announced that Thunderbird was coming back. And you know, it's funny because there was some disappointment. They didn't think that the styling really reflected what they would have liked to see. These are the hardcore T-Bird people. They wanted a little bit more of a retro look, but they wanted a manual transmission and maybe a little bit more power. But
yeah.
Do you know what? The J.D. Power said that these are one of the most reliable pre-owned cars that you could get when these went into the used car market.
Really?
So there was some quality in these.
Right. You're right. You're right about the lack of true performance aspect, the reintroduction of the T-Bird from 02 to 05. Here's a 2004 SSR. Now, this will actually be the end of the line for the Jim Nagel collection. 27 cars, no reserves.
SSR, this one with a little 5.3, 300 horsepower V8. And just before they took the SSR behind the barn, you get 390 horsepower out of these. And they're still out there. We see them every now and then. Automatic transmission, yellow on the outside, power retractable hardtop. And a few options, AM, FM, CD stereo with AC. Chrome alloy wheels. Not a lot of money.
Don't forget the year before this, 2003, the Indy 500 used the SSR for its pace car or pace vehicle.
Exactly. It had its moment in the sun.
25,000 asking. 26. I got the internet in.
25,000 is bid.
26. $26,000. You underserved? 25. $26,000 on it. 25 pounds. 26. On it. Last call. Sold $25,000. Sold $25,000. Internet sold $25,000.
On the block now, showing his lot K184.
Okay, on to this pickup truck. It is a 1971 Chevy C10.
Yep.
And you may, if you were listening closely, you may have heard this one slowly, not so quietly, thundering up to the block. And that's part of the reason why right there. Holy smokes.
Slowly but quietly thundering up to the block.
Yeah.
That's Ernest Hemingway. That's brilliant.
Thank you. I made you snort.
I snorted. That's how good it was.
But look at the money here on this pickup truck. I am telling you.
Oh, you are telling everybody. Yes, sir. And rightly so. Stroker crate engine at 427 cubic inches from Blueprint Engines. It's got a blower on it and a roller cam and a polished pulley kit. Transmission's a 4L80E Super Duty. Protect, wide ride raised panel chassis. Real beefy platforms, got vintage air, Willwood brakes, Mosier 9-inch 373 rear end, adjustable coilovers with a 4-link. Every single thing that I'm naming is high-end, best of the best, and pricey. There's, nothing here that you're going to find in the dollar store, okay? This is a big money build.
How about this? 140,000 custom paint, five clear coats.
Yep, and it shows. Beauty.
It's going to take more than 140 here in Kissimmee. We'll be back in a moment. Well, we are back here at the Silver Spurs Arena in Kissimmee. And want to bring you up to date on what just happened during the commercial break. Bill, this 68 Z28 unrestored sold for $135,000 while we were in the commercial. Big car.
Nobody's going to believe that's unrestored. It just stretches your believability to the absolute limits. Look at the condition of that Z. Oh, nice job. All involved.
Yep.
Wow.
Very cool. Okay, here's another Camaro. It's a pace car edition from 1967 this time. The RSSS treatment.
Yep. Camaro's first appearance as the pace car at the 500 because it debuted that year, and this is the way I want mine. It's got the 396 L78 with 375 horsepower and a 4-speed transmission. Power steering and power brakes. 100 of them were built. Private collection for over 30 years, hence the condition that it is in. All numbers matching, all correct. Straight as can be.
$85,000, and at that number, not going to happen.
No, No, and that powertrain has a lot to do with it. We don't see that powertrain in the pace cars very often. Usually it's that 350, the first year for the 350 and the Camaro.
Very true.
Big difference.
Okay, so we'll leave it at 85 and move to a 69 RSSS.
Is it Camaro o'clock, by the way?
You know, it is. You are so on it today.
I am so sharp.
It is Camaro o'clock, at least for this one more car.
I think you should give me some money. You're looking the other way.
My pockets are empty.
Okay. Love this car. Very rare liquid tire chain car with squirters that shoot out liquid tire chain to improve the traction from the trunk to the rear tires to aid when you're on a slippery surface. And how many of those have we seen?
I'm going to go with 0.
Me too. Yep, we're breaking new ground here. 350 under the hood, 4-speed, power brakes, factory air. Boy, look at the documentation. Pre-delivery checklist, protective plate, window sticker, owner's manual, delivery folio. Even has that sticker on the inside of the trunk with the wheel jack instructions.
I would love to find out how many cars were equipped with that liquid tire chain thing.
I wouldn't know where to look.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Probably if you Google it, someone somewhere has got something that'll give you more information on it. But that is wild.
$80,000 is the current bid, and that's where we're going to leave that 69 Camaro.
You know, you could take it to the drag strip and put traction compound in that system. So when you do your burnout, you'd have the, you know, the traction compound they use to give you a little more grip.
There you go.
Huh?
There you go. You're always again. You're always thinking.
Can't stop thinking.
58 Corvette right behind the Camaro.
Yeah, this has not been hot rodded. This is not a resto mod or a custom. This has been restored. There you see the 283, 4-barrel carburetor, 230 horse. Yeah, the 4-speed manual, of course, signet red with a white convertible top and a red and white interior. That white binnacle, see that? The instrument panel there?
Yeah.
Have we seen that before? If we have, it has not been very often.
I would agree, and I think I don't recall seeing it like that. Very unusual.
It's a cool touch, though.
It makes it stand out.
It really does.
Well, listen, once we unravel the traction compound riddle, let's get
Let's
on
go
this.
on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is certainly different.
Yeah.
What did that get to? Was it close to 90? 90,000. Okay. 1929 Cadillac is going to follow up the Corvette. It's a 341B dual cowl fake.
Yeah, one of the top Cadillac models in 1929. Comprehensive restoration by the seller. Rebuilt 341 cubic inch V8, new pistons and rings. Oh, look at that. That almost looks like what you'd see in a Duesenberg. Beautiful finish work there. A lot of machine work in that engine as well to bring it up to snuff. Connecting rods, they've been all redone by Paul's Rod and Bearing out in Montana. 3-speed manual transmission, and again, whenever you see 1929, you can't help but think of the Great Depression and how auto manufacturers were walking a tightrope. Rich people still wanted to buy cars that hadn't lost all their money, and they didn't want to be driving Model A's, so Cadillacs and Packards and Peerless and Pierce Arrows and Rolls Royce and right down the line, they couldn't abandon their demographic and held their breath, hoping that their cars would still sell when so many people couldn't afford them.
And so neat when you look at it from above, that back seat, that kind of cowl kind of flips up like a trunk cover so that you can get in, sit down with your legs, and then you basically put it back down to protect the people in the back seats, legs, and everything else, and then that's their windshield. Talk about style, guys. That's brilliant.
Very much so.
All right, let's move to a 1967 Olds 442 next. Hardtop body style.
Yep, year number 3 for the 442, and this one black on black. Nikes, there you go. There's a 400 cubic inch V8. Now that's been upgraded, as you can see, with extra carburation. Also has a cam in that engine as well. Correct casting numbers, date-coded carburetors. Tri-power you saw there on the multiple carburetors. Now that was a 1966 one-year only feature, and now here it is, that tri-power setup on a 67. Nothing wrong with that. Going to give it a little bit more power, more horsepower. Muncie 4-speed M21 with a Hurst shifter. 10-bolt limited slip rear end, and just great finish work all the way around. Gotta love that black paint. That is slapping you.
What? One more time. That was what?
Slapping you.
Slapping you.
The finish on that black paint.
Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Hey, speaking of going to slap you, 2022 F-150 Raptor.
Where's the Rutledge when we need him?
Oh, brother, I'm here. I'm here.
6x6.
I think we could call this the Braptor, because Brap is something that people are going to definitely hear you say. Oh, my gosh, what a monster this one is, Bill. And I know you've got the specs on it, but anytime you see a Raptor that's been kind of murdered out, it's flat black wheels, you go, okay, this is kind of cool, sort of something different. But then when you see the second axle back there, that tandem setup, wow, this thing rules.
It certainly does. High output, 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6, 10-speed automatic. You mentioned that paint finish, that matte black exterior with a black leather gut. A lot of changes and upgrades in that truck, and you can't get away from that tandem axle setup. That is a hoot.
Oh, man. Peak, isn't it? 85,000, the high bid on that Raptor 6x6. Back to Kissimmee in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. Just under an hour left with us on this Saturday. Remember, then we go dark for a few days. We're coming back next week for 4 big days here. And once we get to Friday, a really special car is going to cross the block, a 1953 Corvette King Dig CF1 Roadster. Chris, what I think makes this so special is it blends the old and the new, the American sports car, the Corvette, right, with one of the most well-respected custom builders in the modern era.
Oh, you got that right, Danielle. I mean, Dave and Kevin, the rest of the crew at Kindigit Design really knocked it out of the park with the CF1. Complete carbon fiber body, completely bespoke creation, riding on a Roadster Shop chassis, powered by a Lingenfelter LS7. It's just an amazing car. And what's special about this one in particular is it is #1 in the line of CF1s. This is the first one that was built. I think they've got plans for building 30. They recently just completed number 19. In fact, 2 years ago, right here in Kissimmee in January, CF1 number 5 sold for $770,000. Wow. You can imagine what #1 is going to go for. Just absolutely incredible car. I love those guys so much. They're going to be here next Thursday and Friday signing autographs, meeting the fans, and then, of course, they will be present when CF1 crosses the auction block. I went out to Salt Lake City to visit with these guys. I asked Dave why he's given up CF1 after reacquiring it from the customer. He said, you know what? I don't mind it being out there in the public, and he's excited to see it cross the block.
Scott, it's just clean. That's what I said to Chris. It's just so clean. It's meticulous. It's perfect. It's amazing.
Yeah, tribute to the 53. This is no strings white over can red, an appropriate homage to the original 53 Corvette. And Scott, I know you agree with Danielle and I. You can't wait to see this go across the block.
Absolutely right, guys, both of you. And Chris, I'm glad you brought up the one that sold last year for in excess of
2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yep.
In excess of $700,000. That was the burgundy version. It was absolutely spectacular. Can't wait for this one. Dave and the boys have done it well yet again. On to the block here. Thank you both, by the way. Back to the block with an El Camino SS from 1970.
Scott, this El Camino is hemorrhaging originality. I mean to tell you. That's the 350 horsepower, 396. That'd be the L38. It's got the hydraulic lifter set up, not the big Mazunga L78 with the solids. Factory air conditioning, factory power brakes, factory power steering, factory power windows, factory cowl induction hood, factory shoulder belts, factory door edge guards, factory strato bucket seats and center console, factory ashtray light, factory visor with vanity mirror. Is that original enough for you? I mean to tell you, that's gone through no changes practically since it left the factory.
Right. $49,000, my buddy. Back home, Tony, the factory golf pro, would be all over this one.
Oh, that's right.
He's a big El Camino guy.
Yep. Yeah, it's got the turbo 400 automatic, factory AC, 12-bolt rear end with 456 gears. Oh, man. You put your foot into this, that thing will chirp when the automatic transmission changes your gears for you.
53 is your high bid. 53 is now your sale price.
Yes, sir. Le Mans Blue. See that on Corvettes, too. The whole thing. I mean, look anywhere on that car and you're going to be impressed.
Okay, 1932 Ford, rolling into place. You know what? We've had the opportunity a couple times already, haven't done so, but I'm going to do it right now. 32 Ford, flathead V8. It's JK Day today as we honor our friend and longtime colleague who passed away a year ago on Monday, and John loved the flathead V8.
Yeah, we talked about that many times. You know, we talked about one of the all-time great flathead hot rod builders, Barney Navarro. This one has the Navarro polished intake and heads. And yes, JK was a big fan of these older classic flathead engines, the 221s, the 239s. Custom chassis on this, and this one is very faithful to the way that a lot of hot rods were built. In fact, it's a little nicer than that, but you know, back in the day, there wasn't a whole lot of attention paid to the appearance of these cars from the hot rodders. You know, it's like a lot of them were just primed or, you know, had rust or whatever, but it was the engineering that went into them that really made them true hot rods like this one.
Man, what a car that is.
Hey, look at that.
Beauty. Here is a 96 Hummer H1 up for our enjoyment and our inspection now.
Whoa, this is a big Mazunga here. 6.5 liter turbo diesel, 4-speed automatic, 4-wheel drive, and upgrades everywhere from Predator, brush guard, rocker panel guards, the AC system even, heavy-duty electric winch, and original parts as well. Very pricey when it was new back in 1996. Not so much now. Probably going to see this sell probably within the next $5 grand, maybe not even that much. We may have already seen all the money.
There we go. You're right.
Yeah.
45K. Well, we just got done hearing from Chris and Danielle on the Kindig CF1, paying tribute to the 53 Corvette. Here's one from 1954, and this is interesting because it has avoided the customization. I mean, it's been restored, but that's the original Blue Flame 6. in this car.
You know, you just teed me up for what I was going to say. We looked at the Kindig car. We've seen other customized 53 and 54 Corvettes. And you know that the best ones that we've seen do little to change the body appearance on these cars because there's really not a lot you can do to make them better.
Right.
I mean, they weren't great cars in the beginning. We know that mechanically they had a long way to go. But styling-wise, you really don't have to be chopping, channeling, or modifying the exterior profile. And the Kindig car and the other ones we've seen started with a car that looks like this. What are you going to do to make it better? Not much.
I think what Kindig did with the CF1 is really similar to how Singer started. You know, they said, let's take something that was great, let's make it greater, but let's not change what makes it iconic and special.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, because really, how do you do that? It was just so forward-thinking.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you see that CF1 in person, it's just jaw-dropping.
If you're going to do something, some customizers have done this. You see 51 where this car sells. You stretch the body, you widen the body, but you don't do it so it's grotesque. You within reason, and you make it better, greater, as you said, Rut.
Yeah.
But you don't go nuts. You stay within kind of the framework.
And don't throw the proportions out the window.
Exactly.
That's what gets a lot of people.
Right.
So they mess with it too much.
I would say with this particular body, it's hard to improve perfection. It just does have everything done right.
True. All right, 41 Ford pickup now. No reserve.
Oh, it's showtime. 5-liter V8. That's that injected 5.0 Ford with an automatic transmission behind it. And a lot of beautiful craftsmanship in terms of the paint, the body work. You know, they've de-chromed and smooth fenders, running boards, the bed, the nose, everything. It's got a wood bed, power flip-up fuel door, and just a great color, that gold.
We will take a quick timeout here as you get a fantastic overhead look at that truck. More coming up in our final half an hour in a moment. Oh, yes, indeed. A little collection of some fantastic State Farm moments from here in Kissimmee, Florida. And there will be many, many more coming up next week when we return to the coverage starting on Wednesday. And always a pleasure to have State Farm on board as one of our terrific sponsors. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. How about this? 1935 Glen Prairie Auburn Boattail Speedster.
Oh, this is killer. Let me tell you something about these Glen Prairie replicas. Now, we have replicas of just about everything out there. We got kit cars, you name it. These Glen Prairie replicas are very collectible. They get the thumbs up from all of the people in Auburn, Cord, and Duesenberg community. They are so well done. This one has a Ford 460 in it with a C4 automatic transmission, air conditioning, but it's the craftsmanship and the dedication to the original spirit of the Auburn Boattail Speedster that rings everybody's bell.
Very, very cool. I think 75 was the hammer on that car. And so a 1932 Ford custom two-door sedan will wrap up this group of cars at no reserve.
1932, Scott, there were so many body styles available from Ford that year. And this is the two-door. You know, it's a two-door, but it's called a two-door, T-U-D-O-R. And this is a Ford steel body, which we like to see.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yep, completed in the 1970s, has a Chrysler Hemi in it, as you may have seen, with a 4-speed manual transmission. That's got to be fun to drive. Ford 9-inch rear end, looks like about a 3-inch chop on the top there. Tan paint, white scallops, orange accent striping. Very period-looking job with those Jenny Ford center caps with the trim rings on the orange wheels. Very nice.
By the way, for those scoring at home, there were 14 different body styles in the 32 Ford lineup.
And I've tried to name them all, and I can get maybe like 8 or 9 of them.
I know.
That's impressive already. I think it still looked like it had the juice brakes up front.
Yeah.
And when you think about a period correct build and what kind of hot rodding was all about, this is it. And you can take your family with you. And for this money, oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's a great rod run car there.
I wish I had this in the garage.
You mentioned the front brake drums. I'm glad you did. You see the finned aluminum style brake drums?
Yeah.
Those are mock. They've got real brakes inside there.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, I know. That's
even better.
Nice
I was
touch.
excited that it just had the good hydraulic brake, but no, we got real ones inside there. Even better.
Right.
44,000 just bought that 32 Ford at no reserve. I got to give a shout out real quickly to our buddy Jim on Facebook. Actually sent me an article about that liquid tire chain.
Good.
Seriously. And the article says, thankfully, it never caught on.
It did not, no.
So thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. I'll do some reading on that.
I wonder if we'll ever see another one.
Right. Very true. Don't know. Well, there in 1982, the Ferrari 308 GTSI, there was exactly one body style.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, and so this was the Performance 308. This is the injected car, the GTSI. 2.9 liter single overhead cam V8 with the Bosch K Jetronic fuel injection system. 5-speed manual transmission, of course. This will always be referred to as the Magnum car. But yeah, these cars are not going to send anyone to the poorhouse, believe me. Even nice ones like this.
They did have the GTB.
They had the GTB.
And the GTS.
Yeah, this is the S with the removable targa top. B had the fixed roof. Yep. So a couple of choices there as well.
Do you think if you bought this as a man, you would have to grow a mustache to really thoroughly own it like Magnum PI did? Or what do you think?
And a Detroit Tigers hat.
Yeah.
Hawaiian shirt, short, very short shorts.
Yeah, I'd be in the gym every day, too.
For sure.
For
sure. It'd be a real vibe. I think you could pull it off, Bill.
Well, don't put any pressure on me, okay?
It's funny. Maybe it's because I've been looking at Ferraris the last month or so on the Mecum website. You know how your computer and your phone senses what you're doing? I have gotten ads and hits on Instagram and stuff for Magnum helicopter tours in Hawaii. I'm not making this up. They've got a helicopter. I think it was like a Bell Jet Ranger, maybe.
Kind of bubble style?
Exactly.
Come on.
And the same paint scheme as TC had in Magnum PI.
The Island Tours.
Yes, Island Hoppers.
Island Hoppers.
Oh, boy. How's everybody going to fit in that Ferrari?
I don't know. But you know what? They're going to have fun trying to find out.
They might have to buy another one that's bigger.
That's pretty cool. Okay, on to 66 Pontiac Bonneville convertible.
Get ready for this car.
Hit me.
Maybe one of my favorite cars here today. 66 Bonneville, 389 factory 4-speed in a Bonneville. We never see that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and moms and dads and children of all ages, that is a rarity.
That may be more unusual than the liquid traction thing.
It may be. Oh, I'm in love with that car, Marina turquoise.
Oh.
You saw the interior, white contrasting convertible top.
Well, Billy, I'm going to give you the double thumbs up on that car, man.
Yep.
You are dead on, and I would have loved to have seen that one sell.
Me too.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, 30,000, the high bid for that Bonneville. Back with more from Kissimmee in a moment. We'll get some oxygen after that one.
Yeah.
If that is not a symphony of automotive sounds, I don't know what is. That car is absolutely spectacular. It's the Bianco Speciale, and there it is on the turntable in its own display just across the Mecum Midway from where we are right now. The 1962 250 GTO from Ferrari, the only 250 GTO out of more than 3 dozen that was built from the factory in white.
Between 1962 and 1964, Aston Martin, Maserati, Jaguar, Alfa Romeo threw everything they could at that car, that class of car, and could not beat it. 3 straight GT championships.
Well, it's coming up a week from today. And by this time, next Saturday, we'll know the fate of that car. In the meantime, lots of stuff to take care of, including a 93 Corvette convertible bidding in the mid-20s right now. And it gives us a moment, Bill, to mention the upcoming Grand Sport Corvette in 2027.
Yeah.
They're going to bring back the 409.
Yep, and still details are sketchy on exactly what they're going to do, but I think they've already given the green light for that car.
Right, right.
So I can't wait to see what that's going to do.
That's going to be cool, man. Okay, $25,000 ends up being the hammer price.
Yeah, it's got the LT1, Scott, that came back to the Corvette in 1992, that engine nomenclature, and we had a 300 horsepower Corvette again after waiting almost 10 years.
Yeah, cool. 1994 Land Rover Defender D90 will be the next specimen in the middle of the block here.
Oh boy, what a restoration on this. And no, you're not seeing things. That is an LS3 in the Land Rover Defender. We see more and more of these happening now. The LS swap that's kind of bleeding over into other makes, even SUVs, things like that. Other changes.
Bill, this one's got a really nice paint-to-sample green paint job that I think was borrowed from a paint-to-sample Porsche, but the interior is really what sets it off on this one. They've done a lot of work to make sure you can enjoy it with that top off that we normally see, but it's kind of become an integrated roll bar that you can also see with that leather covering has been integrated, some newer style rear seats. That is a beautiful setup.
It really is, but it isn't going to get to the finish line this time.
Well, and as we see it get set to hit, the bid goes on. We will take a look at a 1966 Satellite, not just any old Satellite. This is a real deal Hemi.
Yes, it is.
First year of the street Hemi.
Yeah, it is. Right on. Talk about platform sharing here. We got the Satellite, the Belvedere, and we have the Coronet over on the Dodge side of things. And all of them could be equipped with this 426, 425 horsepower Hemi. You know the specs as well as anybody. Hemi heads, 2 4-barrel carburetors, this one with a torque flight automatic. And Richard Petty Studios handle the paint and body work on this to bring it to the level that you see it. Magnum 500 wheels, Redline tires, and oh, just so much curb presence.
And as we were talking about with the stage one before, you pull up next to this thing at the stoplight, make sure to look way down on the front fender because there's that 426 badge there, proudly calling out that displacement.
75, not enough, and I'm not surprised.
All right, I was looking at the next car for a minute. What did this do? Did it sell?
75,000.
75 bid goes on. Okay.
Yep.
All right, this is super cool here, kids. It's a 2014 Bentley. This takes the GTC to another level. This is the GTC Speed convertible, Bill.
Promoted as the world's fastest convertible back in 2014. 616 horsepower, W12 engine, twin turbochargers with an automatic transmission. And yet, you're not sacrificing a skosh of luxury in this car. But I'll tell you, with that color, suddenly I have a craving for a Skittle. Just need to have a Skittle.
The berry Skittles. That's a really good call, Bill. I think that's the color of the package. What a cool color on there.
Yeah, isn't it though, huh?
You want to talk about a timeless design. I mean, this car could be a 2024 versus a 2014.
Sure.
Really just so forward thinking with that design. And man, luxury and power for days.
Perfect combination. And the new ones, they have diddled a little bit with the exterior styling, but they didn't have to. And I think we can all agree, this certainly hasn't worn out its welcome.
I think 65 was the number there. We'll move to 68 C10 pickup next.
Okay, so the question is, Bill, what have they done to this 1968 C10? Everything. It has had just a laundry list of modifications. We'll start with that engine, 6-liter LS. It's got a cam in it, Holley electronic fuel injection. Inside, we've got a cam, we've got other goodies, extra horsepower, more speed equipment, 4L60E automatic transmission, sheet metal all reworked, interior, pretty conservative inside there, but still great craftsmanship. Ride tech, suspension pieces, 12-bolt short and rear end, 342 gears and a new rack and pinion system. And what do you think, Rut?
That's beautiful. I saw the intake filter down at the bottom in that kind of opening on the front of the bumper there. Then, of course, was drawn to those custom wheels, the stance. Those look like Ring Brothers door handles on there, the mirrors on there, which have kind of a newer Camaro sort of a vibe to them, maybe even newer Corvette. Just a lot of cool styling cues to really bring this truck forward. But that paint job is beautiful on there.
Nice.
Really nicely done.
Chris, you get to go to SEMA every year, so you must see builds like this every year. With,
absolutely, and this would fit right in at SEMA.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really well done. Right down to the LED tail lights. There's a lot of attention to detail on this truck.
A lot of attention on the bidder board, too, in the six figures.
Yeah, coming up on 120. There it is, even as we say it.
And they're talking about it now. We've got some conversation.
A little shocked that the reserve hasn't come off yet, but perhaps that is forthcoming.
Yeah, we'll see how deeply the consignor wants to dig in his heels.
We're working on the seller, and they got a guy on the phone.
Yeah.
There's your consignor there in the upper left with Jesse Cobb. Guy in the house.
There it goes.
Good luck.
125. 130. Just build your drink. I get 125 in a video.
As it'd be hard to build a truck that looks this good for less than that.
Congratulations.
I mean, there was some real quality in that build. That was beautiful.
Painstaking construction.
Very nice. Couple guys there in the grandstand area bought it. 125. Laura Landis Delzell with the assist. Back in the back of the room. Next up for us, 69 Camaro Super Sport. Custom everything.
Yeah, you know, again, Bill, what have they done to this? What haven't they done to this? Oh, boy. 540 cubic inch V8. Yep, that's crate motor. Edelbrock intake, quick fuel carburetor. It's got headers on it, billet valve covers, as you just saw. Got a cam in there, performance cylinder heads, ignition system. All right, let's move to the interior because I could keep going about the engine. Look at the way that interior has been restitched and finished. Sweet. Tremec 5-speed manual, House of Color, orange cream and cream paint. The best that there is.
And Bill, that paint, that is really beautiful, popping. Kind of like this sort of almost tribal finish to the flames there. But that stance, those wheels and tires, they knock that out of the park. That, to me, matches that 540 that's under the hood. Sometimes we see things that they go crazy on the power, but not so wild on the wheels. But this is that sort of perfect combination. I'm going to blow your doors off and then blow your mind with the quality of the build.
Hey, you know, if you didn't get to the Detroit Autorama this year or last year, you may as well come here because this is the kind of thing that you're going to see there. Some of the best builders in the world turning out vehicles that just take your breath away.
107.5. You talking about the Detroit Auto Show?
Yeah.
Yeah, that starts next week.
Yeah, the custom car show, yeah.
Exactly.
You don't have to go if you've been here.
My buddy Sam Clement is the head of that.
Really?
Yes.
Get free tickets?
Probably, but we'll be working. I mean, it actually goes after we finish up to the 25th.
Can we get Cletus back with his helicopter?
That I don't know. Yeah, Sam is a terrific guy. I used to work with him a few years ago in radio, and he's the head of the Detroit Auto Show. $110,000 for that 69 Camaro. All right. Very cool story on the next car, kids. It's a 1970 Challenger RTSE. It's an N-code car, originally with a 383, but here's the deal. This car has sat, or did sit, since 1979. The consignor restored it with that engine. It's a Hellcat.
Yeah, RTSE Challenger, meaning it's got a bunch of the upgrades in the interior, but right now it's all about that under the hood compartment there. That is the 6.2-liter supercharged Hellcat motor that you are taking a look at right there. And not only did they upgrade under the hood, they upgraded in the interior as far as the seats go. They took the seats out of that Hellcat and put them into the Challenger as well, so you have that creature comfort to go along with all that power.
Yeah, you know, and there's no fault with the build quality on this either. It just all hangs together like the best of the best.
Burnt orange exterior, black interior. And they took a little page out of the modern Hellcats too, with a rear seat delete. But listen to that as it starts up. Yummy.
Great platform underneath, QA1 found all throughout the bottom of that car. Also Hotchkiss, sway bars, front and rear springs. Even having a billet aluminum drive shaft is an extra touch.
They went with a little hybrid between old and new interior. They left the gauge cluster old, but the center console is out of that Hellcat as well.
Right.
The list of goodies on your sheet on this car, Bill, is so small you got to use a microscope almost to look at it.
I had to look at the other side of the sheet thinking it might go on and on.
Well, I tell you what, how about this? It is a 1964 Pontiac GTO. And as we get close to wrapping things up on JK Day here today in Kissimmee, how appropriate that we have this car near the end of the program.
Boy, I don't know what to talk about first. The engine, the Tri-Power 389, or that color scheme, the blue with the red interior. Wowie. That's Nocturne Blue, by the way.
Yes, it is.
$40,000 in receipts for the engine rebuild by the guys at Hodges Performance. That is a PHS documented factory 389 Tri-Power car. We see a lot of Tri-Power GTOs that are not Tri-Power from the factory. This one is with a 4-speed transmission.
All right, I'm going to make it official. That's my favorite car of the day today.
Oh, you got good taste, buddy. 348 horsepower. And the car that touched off the muscle car era, and I will always say that. You know, there were other cars before the GTO that you could argue were muscle cars, but no car had the kind of impact on the automotive industry in this category than the Pontiac GTO.
We are back for our final segment here from Kissimmee today. Let's take a look at our top sellers. Good bunch here. 1967 Corvette, big block, convertible, red, black, 390 horse, 427, 4-speed, backing it up, side exhaust, red lines, rally wheels, $160,000. Yes, sir. But what about this Toyota Supra twin turbo from 1998? Just blew past the pre-auction estimate. Sold for $220,000. That 3-liter inline 6-speed manual, only 6,000 miles on the clock. Our number one car today, however, the amazing 63 split window custom 1963 6.2-liter V8 5-speed manual brought the money today in a big way. $270,000 to lead the charge on this, the first of 2 Saturdays here in Kissimmee. 2026. Here's a look at the top 5. Bill, your thoughts there?
What's wrong with this picture? What's a 1998 Toyota Supra Turbo doing in the number 2 spot?
Hey, you know what, though? Kudos to whoever brought it here.
Yeah.
And kudos to the guys who bought the car.
It's now going to be at the home of Tampa Garage, which they have a real special collection, Scott, of low-mileage cars, and they're real excited. They've been posting about it today already.
Okay.
Again, you know, with only 6,000 miles on unmodified, as a Supra owner, I was real happy about that, and happy for them. What a beautiful ride.
Okay, let's pick up the action on a 66 Chevelle that is just off the block here, Bill.
Yeah.
This is talking to you, I know.
Oh, I can hear it loud and clear. This is a fresh build here. LS3, 525 horse crate engine. Billet Specialties True Track system as well, with a Tremec T56 Magnum 6-speed. And so many modifications. Some of the hand-crafted workmanship on this car is just mondo biondo.
Well, it's going to take a little bit more mondo biondo money, or moolah, if you will, to buy it. At $100,000, that is not going to be sufficient. Here is a 2006 Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG convertible.
Yeah, a 20-year-old car that looks like it's 20 minutes old here. 604 horsepower V12, that's the twin turbo engine, automatic transmission. This stickered for almost $200,000. This was the top of the pyramid for Mercedes-Benz and their two-seat cars back in '06. And the list of options, it's almost like the list of modifications we've seen on some of these full customs. That's how many options this car has. Very few things were left off that order sheet back when this car was ordered from Mercedes.
I remember somebody took one of these brand new on the Gumball Rally that a group called Mischief would do these videos about it, and watching someone take one of these brand new and go as fast as they could in essentially like a cannonball run, I was like, this dude is both insane and awesome. And I love everything about this, because, you know, you just never see, sometimes you'd never see a car like this really pushed the way Mercedes designed and built it, especially at home in the Autobahn in Germany.
Right.
No big deal. But here, you know, 55 is not really going to cut it for a thrilling speed in one of these. But
no.
Wow, what a car that you could get for the money today.
Yeah, I mean, the mission statement on these cars really wasn't 604 horsepower, but you know what? When you're seeing some of your rivals in the automotive industry, you know, some of the other European manufacturers pumping up that horsepower, you're thinking, well, maybe it's time for us to do it, and they did.
77,000, yes, sir. Well under that MSRP that you talked about, Bill, and considering the options, that's pretty good.
Long list.
Okay, so Roadrunner from 1970 is going to be up next.
Yeah, that one-year-only body style that I think we've all agreed that they could have run a few more years. Just so pleasing to the eye. Rotisserie restored by those guys at MCR. 680 miles since completion. And it's got the standard drivetrain, the 383, 335 horse V8 with a TorqueFlite 727 automatic. And the 323 short grip rear end. Power steering, limelight paint. It's in the Chrysler registry and featured in 2 magazines. That's how pristine this is. AM radio, air grabber hood with hold down pins. A few other options. It's got the tick-tock tack in it. That's the clock and the tachometer combined. Look at that. That is spotless.
You see why Chris really loves these so much. You know, the style of them. Obviously, the paint really jumps out at you. But, yeah, that one-year-only body style, I mean, it's just, there's something so cool about it.
Yeah.
So 1970.
Yeah, and they really went dramatically into another design direction in 71 with that Coke bottle style that they hung in with for a few years.
84,000 is the bid.
What are you thinking?
82. Oh, we got 85.
Yes, so 80 to you?
How about 82? Can you do 82?
He's gonna bid again, isn't he?
Oh, there it is.
82 to you.
Good luck.
Well, Jesse Kopp knows the score here, and he's able to convince that consignor to pull the reserve, figuring that one of the bidders would go again.
Yep,
pretty smart.
87. What? You did all the work. Give 87. No,
Didn't mention this was sold brand new right up the road in Ocala.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
87.
That's where Garlett's is.
So,
Yeah.
That's where he is.
Jared.
Big
Now
Daddy.
offering
Yep.
K2.
Okay, $86,000 buys that Roadrunner. Very cool. Okay, here's a 1969 Mercedes-Benz 280 SL convertible. Man, you talk about classic Mercedes-Benz right here, Bill.
Classic all the way, and again, a car that really caught fire in the market not long ago. For quite a while, this is just a used Mercedes, but boy, people are lavishing their love on these cars now. 2.8-liter inline 6-cylinder engine. You know, not a big muscular power plant, but very smooth, very refined and reliable. Automatic transmission and metallic silver, kind of rare. Saddle interior, there you see it.
You know, kind of rare in this generation, but you know, you go back 10 years before this car was unveiled, 15 years before, and so many of those 300 SLs and the 190 SLs were in this silver color, and that kind of is where Mercedes got its nickname, the Silver Arrow.
Yeah, the Silver Arrows. Wow, that just got my attention. Going back to the great Grand Prix cars, the Silver Arrows of the 1930s, the Auto Union and those vehicles, history makers.
And such style. I mean, you know, it just still, this car has so much class. You see why they are so revered by so many people, and go, you know what, we should just have one of these in the garage for a nice sunny day. This is the kind of car we should take out.
Yep, not a hot rod. Nope. Just you want to look classy and composed and cool and comfy. This is your car.
Hey, John, how are you doing?
Yeah, this has the Pagoda hardtop as well that goes along with it. Now, that's a very desirable piece on these.
Reserve's off.
Well, we just heard it from Trev Morvac. The reserve is off at 85 grand.
All done. Anybody else?
Hang on. They're very close to hammering this, but maybe somebody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, maybe. They are cogitating.
They're what?
Cogitating.
Cogitating.
It's not a dirty word.
No, I know.
It's a good word.
Oh, well, they cogitated enough, and they paid $85,000 for the car. And perfect timing. That's going to wrap up our show today. Thanks so much for being with us for our coverage from Mecum Kissimmee on JK Day today. Now, of course, the auction itself continues tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. We'll resume our coverage Wednesday at noon Eastern. And don't forget about our 1-hour special coming up Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. You can find that on Mecum TV on the Roku channel and simulcast on Mecum's YouTube channel. I'm Scott Hoke saying good night for all of us here from Kissimmee.